You can unmute it. Christmas land. Nope.
Hello, and we're live.
Oh boy.
All right,
Setting up for round 2.
Welcome to the Kraumbat. We're entering round 2.
I'm Ethan,
I'm
aka
Vu.
Master Uguay.
Yes, Master Uwe, and I'm Vu from MTG Basics. Today we're bringing you coverage of the Kraumbat. So we're setting up here for round 2. Players are getting shuffled. Let's see. Ethan, do you want to go over the commanders?
Yeah. You see from here? I think we're still missing one.
Yeah, there it is. Oh.
So Marnius, it just got added.
Yep, Warhammer.
Who's in the bottom left?
Bottom left is...
Oh, it's
looks
Tyam.
like- yeah, Asban,
Tyam.
right?
Yeah, Tyam, and then Malcolm Kedis, I'm gonna guess?
It looks red.
Yeah.
Yeah, blue-red. And then we got, what is that on the top left? I mean, top right, on Casey.
Looks like a secret lair.
Yeah, I don't know all the secret layer arts. We could, yeah, let's try to figure that out for everyone. But first seat, we got Tyam, which probably is the best place you want to see an on blue deck.
Yeah, if I were the table, I'd be worried about stack speeds coming down early and fast. Like a deafening silence or something, just boom.
Just turn 1?
Yeah.
That would slow down the game.
Yeah. I mean time can go fast, but when they wanted to go slow, they definitely go slow.
Just checking on that last one real quick. It looks like Jengenta. I mean, it's okay. We'll figure it out. But just checking sound right now. Players are shuffling up. Oh,
Okay,
loot.
C3 is loot. Okay, gotcha.
That's gonna be great. It's the Secret Leia 8th of Drip Special Edition.
We'll find it.
Yeah. Can we pull up cards? I don't think so, right?
I'll just pull it up over here.
I mean, pull it up on stream, but they probably don't want that.
It's probably a little complicated.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that one. Right, just testing the sound real quick.
Almost good to go. Yeah, we confirmed C3 is Loot the Pathfinder, which should be a lot of fun. That is a crazy commander. Like, Double Strike, Vigilance, Haste is a lot of keywords, but then add in the ability to draw 3 cards. So you get Ancestral Recall, Lightning Bolt, and essentially Black Lotus on one commander.
Yeah, I mean, all the Tima color identities. And the haste is probably what's the most important because you got to do one right away. But it has the exhaust mechanic, so once you use one, you can't use that.
Looks like they're moving.
All right. Oh, 2 gemstone start. Gemstone for seat 2 and 3. So potentially more interaction than not in turn 1. So it looks
Okay, I guess we're taking it fairly slow from Tyam, which I feel like, don't they usually have some kind of dork? That seems like it's not a great start for them.
It is possible that they have a strong turn 2 play if they're keeping this hand without a turn 1 start. But with the gemstone, we're going to see some action from seat 2.
Demonic Tutor. Okay.
What do you think they're getting?
I mean, on turn 2, probably a rock, I'd assume, unless they have a straight up turn 3 or turn 2 combo. It's not even, it's turn 1. Turn 1 Demonic Tutor, probably get a rock, like a free rock.
Oh, this isn't Malcolm Kedis. It's Malcolm, because it's black, right?
Oh, is it Vow Smasher?
I think it has to be if it's Grixis.
Oh, yeah.
So
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Malcolm Vile is the only combination that would work.
Yeah. So what do you think it's going to get?
I mean, I guess I stand by them probably getting a rock here. I mean, if they wanted to attempt a turn 2 combo kill, like, sure. But I feel like with Malcolm, you typically want to set up Malcolm first, which, I mean, RIP Jeweled Lotus.
Yeah, I mean...
But, okay. So we got land Talisman Ragavan from seat 3. That's pretty good. I mean, yeah, Ragavan is a heck of a card. And I mean, you saw me play it earlier. If you get to make a bunch of treasures with one card, turns out it pays off the one red cost.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's see, how do they... Well, they cast the Talisman, then the Ragavan.
Yeah.
Would you, instead of casting Talisman, would you dash Ragavan?
I don't know. I don't think that they're... Like, looking at the board state, I don't think that they're that concerned about the board getting too clogged too fast. Like, you're still playing turn 1 Ragavan with 3 mana on turn 2. So, like, Ragavan is more like a ramp piece in this case than, like, if you dash Ragavan, you're spending 2 mana to save 1 mana. You're just, like, banking for later, which is valuable, but the card probably not doing much, and whatever you want to follow up with probably not doing much. So...
Yeah, you don't think there'd be any good hits at this point in the game off the top?
I feel like this is the kind of situation where you'd hit something with Ragavan and then it wouldn't be worth anything. Like, you get like a 3 mana spell that you can't cast because you dash Ragavan.
That's fair.
Like, imagine you hit a fish. There's no mana up for a fish. Like, when do you make the treasure? But like,
yeah,
anything more than 1 mana.
Right. I mean, I guess you'd just be gambling.
What is that?
If I had to guess, Wall Roots.
Looks like it. That looks like the anniversary, like, old border foil Wall of Roots.
Yeah, retro version. If I had to guess, just makes mana for those that don't know.
I mean, yeah, it's a bunch of counters for time, which is that's a great card in the deck. I don't know if that's like maybe the best start, but still, like, that is a very solid place to start for that deck because you can just put counters on it. All of a sudden, time comes down. Oop! I have a good source of counters right there.
So yeah, Tayam turn 3, very likely.
I could see that.
Looks like
Malcolm on
Halfling.
turn. So yeah, Malcolm on turn 2 here.
Just hard casting Malcolm and passing. Looks like Ragavan's coming in to connect. Going after
Marnius.
Yeah.
Was he gonna interact with it? He's gonna like fetch and swords. We'll see.
Yeah, or just fetch and pass, because if there's a specific land you want,
true,
super
true.
low
That's valid.
odds. If you're not doing anything else, might as well just negate that chance of happening.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, do you think it's worth using a removal spell on Ragavan at this point in the game? I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
it's hard to evaluate. I feel like.
No, I think right now that player is not positioned. Like you said, they're only getting a treasure, and then if they hit a good card, they hit a good card. Otherwise, it's just exiling 1 card from your library. But it looks like they're surveilling, I think. I think they just want to get that. And that also sets up the Ragavan, so they can surveil, keep a land on top, or surveil. I think so. Alright, yeah, just, again, working on sound. We'll have the stream running up and all the rest of the tournament. But we got
Okay.
Dave and Buster's.
Voice of Victory in the bin off the meticulous archive.
Yeah, you don't want to give loot just a free voice, right?
Oh, true.
I mean, even if you lose it yourself.
Yeah, that is a scary card.
What card is that?
Oh, no, I mean Voice of Victory.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's not quite Grand Abolisher, but it does a whole lot more than Grand Abolisher when you're not trying to win.
Yeah, I think it's better than Grand Abolisher. You get the upside of it's only 1 white pip, and the 2 warriors are really relevant in a lot of decks.
And the stat line is just better. Like 1/3 versus 2/2. Like, I'll take a 1/3 every day. Like, okay. Sounds like we got a split sleeve, so things are gonna take a second for a judge call.
Yep. All right. So I guess we can talk about what do you think Loot's gonna follow up with here? They have a treasure.
I don't know. I mean,
4, 5
I've actually never played against Loot. I mean, I can see the combo potential. Do you have any experience against the deck?
No, but I imagine there's a lot of Teemo good stuff.
Yeah.
So what are the Teemo combos that you know of?
I mean, without Dockside.
No Dockside. Rest in peace.
I learned Teamer when it was Dargo Thracia, so like, I mean, I still imagine it's a lot of infinite mana because if you're flickering Loot or something, because you have to exhaust it, so you can only use the abilities once. But I assume if you're flickering Loot, you can loop it so you're making mana and using that mana to draw cards.
Yeah. So yeah.
And then eventually it's also an infinite mana outlet if you're still flickering it with the 3 damage mode. So you kind of just have a combo engine right there in the command zone.
Yeah, I think that's why you play it.
Yeah.
You need some enabler though. So either Kitten.
Kitten would do it, or something like. I guess it's more of like a casual card, but like ideally something like Deadeye Navigator, like something where you're able to make. So if you make like infinite green with Loot, and then you can funnel that, or you make infinite blue because you're using 2 to flicker Loot. No, you need green. Ah, shoot. I need a filter then. I don't know. That'd be interesting to see. What is that?
Looks like Gifts Ungiven, if I had to guess.
Ooh,
It's
the newly unbanned card.
Yeah.
Well, I guess not so newly, but like, recently unbanned card.
I think they're casting it. Yep, that's 4 mana 2. Casting's going into Dave's graveyard. Yep, looks like that's the
gonna be
case.
interesting. Have you had gifts come? Do you play gifts in your decks?
Yeah, I mean, it's just second copy of Intuition, but maybe a little better in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
But the packages are more self-contained. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
The biggest spread of cards for Griff I've seen are mostly reanimated packages. So
yeah.
You give them your reanimate, or you give them the creature you want to reanimate. Have you played Gifts?
I've been away. I mean, I was gone for 3 weeks, like I said, and Gifts was unbanned like what, a month ago? Like,
I think a little longer, but yeah, it seems like it was April.
I haven't had a ton of time to make changes, but I'm definitely slotting into Rafine because that's a deck that I enjoy that does in fact have a reanimation package.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that would be the ideal spot for it. But I don't know. I think everyone expected it to be like a super busted Intuition like backup copy, but I don't know. 4 mana is a lot for a tutor, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, it does add an extra bar you have to clear, so it's not as easy as just thinking about it and putting in a deck. But looks like we see parts of combos here, right?
Oh, okay. So we got what? Ristic,
Spell Seeker, potentially. I'm not sure, but the other 2 blue cards are one's a Dualcaster Mage.
Oh, and Squee. Okay. So we got a food chain combo going.
Oh, do you know what that does?
Squee? Yeah, it's a food chain combo piece. So
which Squee is that? Is that the original one?
It's the one that works with food chain. I know
Oh,
that, yeah.
okay.
So So the one you can cast it from your graveyard to exile. So in this case, coming back to that thing about loot being a good infinite mana outlet, Squee into food chain, make infinite red, start making infinite other colors. All of a sudden, wow, you've got infinite teamer. Your loot can Your loot can serve to draw your decks, then you can sacrifice loot, or you can exile loot to food chain to put it back in the command zone, and keep going. Draw your entire deck, do infinite damage to everyone. Food chain would certainly do it.
Yeah, so I think that's probably the line that Casey's telegraphing.
I mean, but putting Ristic Study and stuff in there, still pretty valid.
Right. So I mean, you might just see Ristic Study come down, or you might.
Okay, we've got an Urza Saga from Dave. Urza Saga into Azorius Talisman.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you type it in? Oh, okay. Froze. They want to see what the commanders are.
Okay.
Oh, there it goes. All right. How do you want to do it? Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, yeah, so we'll repeat the commanders. Do you want to go ahead and do that,
Yes.
Ethan?
Seat 1, we have Tyam. Seat 2, we have Malcolm and Vile Smasher as partners. Seat 3, we have Loot, the 5-mana one. Loot, is it the Pathfinder? No, it's...
it's the Team of Color one, not the mono green one.
Yeah, Loot the Pathfinder, the one that has all the exhaust abilities. And then Seat 4, we have Marnius Calgar from the Warhammer set.
Yeah. I mean, do you think...
Okay. Dude, Archon of Emeria is down. That's going to make things fun.
There's the sax piece you were talking about.
Yeah. And that will make whatever is going on. I mean, we see, is that Malcolm Glinthorn as well?
Oh, is Glinthorn resolved?
Yeah.
I mean, Archon's resolved, right? So Archon...
Well, do you just cast Glinthorn? Because it would come in tapped, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. They're rectifying that. Okay. Wait.
Does Archon have creatures come in tap?
I'm pretty sure. Unless
I know it's basic lands for sure. But we're pulling up the card right now.
No, it's only lands. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're having Glint. I thought it was more, but okay. So Glinthorn combo approaching fast.
Well, does it require another spell to be cast?
Glinthorn?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so you just discard the card, right?
Yeah. So Glinthorn itself. Glinthorn Buccaneer has, whenever you discard a card, does 1 damage to each opponent, which with Malcolm says you make 3 treasures.
Yep. Because they have both pirates.
Glinthorn itself has, so it's 1 in a red, discard a card, draw a card, activate only if Glinthorn Buccaneer is attacking.
Gotcha.
So during combat, you can activate that ability. You will make 3 treasures while costing 2, and just cycle through your deck while doing pseudo infinite damage to your opponents, as long as they can't interact. Unless there's interaction here. We'll see.
It looks like...
we
looks
might be
like
wrapping...
Casey picked it up. Dave picked it up, and yep.
That might just be game. Malcolm Glenhorn Buccaneer continues to be a very good combo.
I mean, yeah, that was just turn 1, Talisman, right?
Yeah.
Turn 2, Malcolm, nothing happened. Turn 3, Glinthorn. They just had it in the hand.
That is, dare I say, ballsy. That is, yeah, like, I mean, like, that is a perfect curve out. You just assume nobody has removal, go for it. Might as well. I mean, Nas in hand as well, just in case.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this case, you just jam it, right? You tame him, just play the, use the mana for the turn. Same with Casey, they use the Gifts Ungiven. And Dave, I don't remember what they did last turn, but if it seemed open, I say just jam it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. 2-card combos with one of them being your commander, never a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, basically 1-card combos.
Okay.
So I think we're cleaning up here. And
we should go look and see, do we have a follow-up match to go with this? Because otherwise, we will probably be going to intermission.
Yeah, all right, we'll pause right now and we'll see what's up. We'll listen to the players talk while we figure out if there's another match going on.
I was thinking about building this. That's so fun. Yeah. I pivoted from Malcolm Gymna. It's just more explosive. Yeah, clearly. And I'm not Malcolm Gymna. Just make sure that you keep the same seats. Yeah. You can change your turn order if you want. That we just don't have to change the overlay. Yeah. Want to roll for turn? Yeah, that's fine. This is not a random. This is 2 blocks. Yeah, 2d6. You said he wanted it. Yeah. It happened. Turn 3, Glenhorn. Yeah, turn 3, just Glenhorn. Hold a 4. That's been happening to everybody today. Hold a 4.
All right, so we don't have another match. There's only one camera setup, but they will be playing another game. So hopefully this one lasts beyond, what, turn 3? Turn 2?
That was turn 3.
Yeah. That was certainly quick. Again, it looks like all the commanders are the same. Still on Malcolm Vile, or I guess seat 1 is still going to be time unless they re-roll. Malcolm Vile, Loot, the Pathfinder, and then Marnius Calgar.
Alright, rolling dice to see who goes first. Players talking about getting food. All right.
So we got the green food card coming out.
There it is. All right, we'll just hang out here till the ground starts and we'll get into it. For those of you watching on stream, this match is just for fun. Chris just won the previous tournament match with, was it Vile Malcolm? Just pretty much curving into Malcolm and then your Glinthorn Buccaneer.
some mulligans down. Nothing too crazy.
What's the point of the cards, right? I think there's only 3 or 4 of them. Yeah. They've been around. They've actually been pretty good.
All right, I think seat 2, 3, and 1. No, just 2 and 3 are on the second 7. And 4, 2. I think Josh kept a full 7.
You think we're going to see a fast phone hunt again, or is it going to be a longer game this time around?
I mean, maybe, possibly. I think decks coming out fast. It's pretty much every deck except seat 4, really. I think seat 1 can keep a pretty fast hand.
Do you know who's going first? Did you see the dice rolls?
I did not. I know Josh got a snake eye, so probably not them.
Let's do it in a low roll, maybe. I don't know. Never know.
But never mind, they all mulliganed again.
What is that?
Switching commandos?
Oh, it's just sleeves for
proof.
time.
Maybe some custom art?
Probably ultra sleeve or something.
Looks like it. Oh, we can see the mulligans now, so
They are going down.
it looks like Chris, Casey, and Dave are on the second 7. All right, we'll just wait till for them to resolve the mulligans.
Round 2, this game actually already resolved. This is pod 1, but seat 2, Chris Spalding resolved a turn 3 Glenthorn Buccaneer with Malcolm in play and got to combo off basically unimpeded. Just raw went for it and got there. Nobody had removal, nobody had a counterspell, and that's just how it is. But they are running it back, so we still have stuff going on. We're not going away just yet. More cEDH content to come as they go for another fun game. Nothing on the line this time, just doing it. Paid money to be here to play games. They're making it worth that money by playing their games in this Dave and Buster's.
Yeah, it's a nice venue. Got plenty of tables and
3 different sports across the room from us.
How many players were there?
I think they just fell just short of 128. I think it was like 100 and...
So how many rounds is that? That is going to be 6 or 7 rounds.
How many players in rounds?
Oh, someone can do the math, but the game is starting.
Let me find it.
Yep, 2 million rounds.
Oh shoot, that's a lot. Okay, so I'm seeing 122, but I don't know if people got dropped for not showing. Huh? What's up? Wait. Yep, 122 people. So just short of the 128 cap, but still a large pool of players that are fighting it out on this fine Sunday. Also, happy Father's Day to everyone in the chat that is a father. This is definitely an interesting day, but people came out regardless. I've seen things start off. Looks like...
I mean, do you want to recap? It seems like a lot of action has happened.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so let's see. I think Dave went first. Got a turn 1 Mana Rock and Mystical Aurora. And then just lands all around. I think there is a Mana Dork on Josh's side of the field. And then a Ragavan at Casey.
Yes, another Ragavan.
Yeah, same start for Casey. Probably going to be swinging at Dave if I had to take a guess.
I could see that.
But it looks like Vamp Tutor for Dave. Probably going to draw that card.
Yeah, as long as you're doing Vamp Tutor into the Ragavan, that's always a bad time.
I didn't expect I figured you went for like land or something, like to just stay in the game. Was hopeful. Like I said, I couldn't have done anything.
Yeah, it looks like they're talking about something. Potentially what they're going to grab with the Vamp Tutor.
I'm just waiting to see the Acacian Money Changer out of tie-in. That's my favorite card in that deck.
Oh, wait, what does that do?
Let me find it. It total like tech pick. I don't even know if they still play it. I just remember like, people talking about that.
Yeah, it looks like that's an Arbor Elf on Josh's side of the field. It looks green, has 1 mana.
I looked up the Arbor Elf Secret Lair. It didn't look like it, but I could still see it being a different version.
Okay. I guess we'll see. Looks like it's
Dave.
Dave.
My service is kind of slow.
Let's see. Card on top for Dave. Untapping. Are they paying for the... Nope, they're letting fish die, so it seems like they have action with that Vamp Tutor. Oh, it looked like a land. Oh, a land.
Ristic Study. That's a little bit of an upgrade.
So,
I mean, I guess it's arguable. Like, you can pay for Ristic Study. It's really hard to pay for fish.
Yeah, but I guess they wanted to untap the lands and play it.
Reasonable. I mean, yeah.
It looks like they are 1 card, so I guess they mulligan down to 5 or 6 if I do the math correctly. See, they had a picture card for the Mox, Crow Mox. Vamp Tutor got resolved, and Fish is in the yard. Yeah. But looks like it's Josh's turn. Played in a land. Looks like a Temple Garden. Maybe a 3-drop here.
Oh yeah, I've
Nope,
got the
they
text for
passed.
Acacian Money Changer. It's a human from Fallen Empires. Great set. When it enters with 3 credit counters, which is the big part for time. Just like 1 mana for 3 counters. Just like get to do a lot with that. A lot of time activations. When it enters, it does 3 damage to you, and then at the beginning of the upkeep, you put another counter on it, so you're consistently adding more counters. And then you can also sacrifice it to gain a life for each counter on it. And it's a 0/2. So just like a funny little card that happens to have a lot of synergy with the commander. So Ragavan attack hit a Steam Vents.
Yep, looks like it. Swung towards Chris. Looks like there's more things to do in Chris's deck. I'm guessing that's why I went that way. I mean, Josh does look like they have a blocker, but if it's a Mana Dork, I doubt they block with it, and Dave just has to Ristic out. Yep. Bloodstain Fetch. Yeah, looks like they're just resolving all the way around the board. Ragavan hit. Back to Dave. Looks like Ristic was taken off the field.
Was it countered or was it removed?
It had to be removed because it was been there for a total turn cycle.
Okay.
But that's probably why nothing happened much last turn cycle.
Just waiting it out, yeah.
Yeah,
Fair.
but looks like survival of the fittest.
It's funny how different the paces of this game compared to how different the pace is in this game compared to the first game.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Natural, Malcolm, and Glinthorn, it's definitely a win, but it doesn't happen all too often.
Yeah, I mean, especially going for it without any kind of protection. Glinthorn is not a very safe win concept. I mean, like, it's pretty free when you have Malcolm out, but like, you have to move through phases and then go to combat, be attacking, and then do it. And in some cases, you have to do combat damage to make treasures and then use that to activate.
I mean, do you think it being a creature helps since there's a lot less creature counters?
I mean, probably, but yeah, I would say so. I think it's a lot easier to resolve. It's harder to keep on the board. I mean, Swords to Plowshares is a very common card, and like same thing can be said for Deadly Rollick or Lightning Bolt or any of these creature removal spells that don't necessarily hit like an enchantment.
Do you think it warrants removal right away if there's not a Malcolm on the field?
Well, then I think well, considering that the only purpose of the card is to be a win con, I would say probably so. I mean, it's going to be a win attempt at some point either way. So either they're going to have it in the play and just leave it and then come back and try and play Malcolm and then win, or they're going to try and do something that turn. It's not like they're going to play Glinthorn and then not try and use it to win, because that would... You could certainly do that, but it would just not really make sense. I guess like game senses just start tingling when I see the card. Like it's the same sense like an Underworld Breach. Like you're like, oh shoot, that card can very easily win the game.
Gotcha. So you think it only comes out when a win attempt is being presented?
I would say so. I mean, it has value. It's just a looter, and it makes a lot of treasures with Malcolm. But if they're making treasures with Malcolm, they could just win the game as well.
Right.
So it's a question of, are you going to miss some interaction point? Are you going to tap out for something and or lose out on some mana? Like you have a mana rock up and your mana rock gets removed, and then you have nothing to get rid of the Glenhorn, and then you lose.
I see.
I don't know. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah. All right. Looks like a Carpet of Flowers on KC.
Carpet of Flowers in this board is definitely not bad. I mean, it has 2 different players. Not a whole lot of targets. I guess there's 2 islands over on Dave's board with the Tundra and the Underground Sea. Is that a black bordered Tundra?
Wow. Yeah, on Dave's side, looks like it. Otherwise, it's a very dark sleeve.
I mean, it could be Sharpied. Hopefully it's legit. That's very nice, though.
Do you think Carpet's worth mainboarding now in this meta?
I think if you have a slot for it, I would say probably. I mean, there are... The loss of Dockside killed a lot of the non-blue, kind of, I guess, Gruul, Rakdos piles. At least it feels like. Yes, there's arguments that Carpet's too slow, or they just it's kind of a clunky card because if you're playing against people that don't have a lot of islands, it doesn't really do that much. But for 1 mana, when it does work, it does do a lot. But I mean, I think it's a case-by-case basis kind of thing. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's sometimes I think it's just 1 mana trading up for another mana second main phase, but I mean if you get crazy hits and get 3 green or whatever mana you need, it justifies itself.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean in green decks there's a lot of competing slots for it, right?
True. A lot of good ways to make mana in the current cEDH landscape. The first game was just raw Glenhorn. Raw Glenhorn. No protection, just go. It was turn 3. I think we're just talking over this one right now.
Yeah, we can jump out. Yes. All right, we're going to be setting up for the 3rd game.
All right. Hopefully people still enjoy watching, but us commentators, we will be moving to hanging out again, and we'll send in our next pair to talk about the next round.
Produce a green mana and cast this Agatha's Soul. Anyone have anything on Agatha's Soul?
I am thinking about it.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so Agatha's means that any one of his creatures with a 1/1 counter on it gets the ability of the thing in the graveyard.
Yeah. Of the activated abilities.
Of the exiled card.
Of the exiled card. So I lose access to the card for the rest of the game.
Okay.
I will tell you, it is definitely a combo piece. It does make combos happen in Tayam. I'm not even aware of all of the combos it makes happen because Tayam.
Sure.
The other thing it does is it turns off certain breach cards.
Sure.
Currently, I will tell you I have no activated abilities in Graveyard.
Okay.
I currently am playing it as a stacks piece, not as a piece of interaction.
Okay.
Or, sorry, not as a combo piece.
Okay.
Not telling you it won't be a combo piece later, just right now it is.
Okay, but everything you do combos with tie-up.
You made it really feel like commentating. Oh, wait, it's over. Okay.
Oh, 100%.
Oops.
Sorry.
Like, oh, what's going on? Oh, wait, there's a Glimmer bucket here. Okay.
GG's.
I'll pass on the Agathas.
Yes, you are correct. 95% of my combos, not all, 95 go through time.
Okay. All right, my turn.
Agatha's result.
Yep.
I'm done. Upkeep. Draw for turn.
Well, game
Well,
one
no,
ended
second.
turn 3.
Yeah.
It's your second game?
Yeah, second.
Second.
Turn 3, Glinthorn on Molda 4.
It's pretty good.
It was a nuts hand. You weren't kidding. You were like, it's not the nuts, it's not the nuts, it's not the nuts.
I'll cast a professional face.
Just be careful for your mic'd up, and then also try not to bump the face.
Yeah, definitely.
Facebreaker?
Yeah.
Sick. I will move to combat. Your
I have 0 cards in deck that use life total.
Yeah, same.
Oh, this doesn't X out. It's just treasures.
Yeah, no, I meant for damage. If you're
Oh, got it. Yeah, I'll hit you. I will make 2 treasures, and I will pass the turn.
Is it crash?
Yes.
I'll give you a Black Lotus if you want to represent it with that instead.
Nah, it's okay. I have a metal token with me.
I have attempting to be real Black Lotus that a card shop owner in Iowa. Someone came in to try and sell it to him, and he just looks at it and is like, "This isn't real," and hands it to me and is like, "Hey, you want a Black Lotus? Here you go." I told the kid to get out of the store because it's illegal. And I was like, "I'm not calling the cops on you, but like, get out of here. You can't do that."
Selling counterfeit goods.
Yeah.
Loot this way for 4. And I think I'm gonna send Ragavan your way as well. Well, actually,
Can we at least send loot somewhere else? I don't know why I'm getting all the aggression.
I will swing Ragavan this way. Before you decide to block, Loot will shoot your professional facebreaker if you block.
I will not block.
Okay.
Before.
Loot has vigilance?
Yes. Luke has so many.
Yeah.
What did I get?
Necropotence?
Oh!
That's one
Yeah,
heck of
that's
a
a good
Magic
magic
Gathering
card. Yeah. I also get a treasure token.
Your flips off rack have been disgusting.
Yeah.
Fuck, this
Gone
is
into Necro and
Gifts and given or
Gifts.
voice our victory.
Loot deals 3.
nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sat down at this pod and saw Loot. Loot is one of Tyam's worst matchups because of Lightning Bolt Tyam.
Yeah.
It's only once. Till he blinks it. Yeah.
It's once the first time.
Yeah.
Island count?
2.
0.
Second main phase target. Yeah. I will generate 2 black and 1 black here. I was supposed to take 1 from it last turn. My bad. Necropotence?
That's right around Necro.
Hold. Let's have a conversation, because I don't really want to use this.
Okay.
How many cards have you drawn with it this turn?
I'll go to hand size.
And then the turn after that, oh, go to hand size. Yeah.
What if
and then
I
the
have a
turn after
conversation
that.
with you to counter?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have
Hey guys, what's up?
it's worth reading. Got it. Okay. I can activate Circle.
Excited to get to hang out with you guys during Mortal Kraumbat today. Huge shout for the other two casters for filling in. Very, very grateful to MTG Basics, Level 7, and several of the Colorado institutions that are helping make this tournament happen. Right now, we're currently watching a fun game, primarily because Chris Spalding in Seat 2 was able to take it home rather quickly with a turboed out Glinthorn Buccaneer line. I don't know about you guys, but when I was first exposed to the deck, I was a little underwhelmed by it. I found it difficult to see how it would be able to seriously contend with its older brother, Rockside. But as I see it at more and more tournaments, I'm increasingly of the mind that I did not take it seriously enough upon first glance, and I'm excited to get to see more of it today. I'm going to periodically be linking a bingo card in the chat. Just a little fun thing that we're going through. Just a little extra way to stay interested and excited as we're watching games. Since this is a for fun game, it's not eligible to have a called card. But once we get round 3 going, if you have a mulligan down to 3, keep your eye out because you just may get it. Something that's interesting to me about this pod is that you have Time in Seat 1 and Marnius in Seat 4. Marnius being oftentimes control list, and Time well storied and historied reputation of being a stacks list. And you have Grixis Pirates and Loot, both of which who are looking to go as fast as possible. It's always interesting to me to see how those pods play out. If any of you guys are keeping an eye on the top deck bracket, it looks like roughly 50 to 60% of the pods have resolved with a win. Congrats to any player taking home the dub. Definitely still several pods that still have to wrap up their games. And if rounds 1 were any indication, a few are definitely going to go to time. If Seat 1 had won in this game, the victory would have gone to time. Just joining in, the game we're watching is a for fun game, but it is being played by the contestants of our round 2 pod. The winner of that game was Seat 2 Chris Spalding, who turboed out a win using Glinthorn Buccaneer on Malcolm Lyle. Smasher. Everyone's favorite commander.
Here's a call of the claw.
Fuck is that?
It reads, you may play it as though you would play an instant. When it enters the battlefield, make a 2/2 bear for each non-token creature put into graveyard from play this turn.
Yeah, that tracks. Not standard.
Fatsuno says, wait, this is round 2 of a 122-player cEDH event starting at what time of day? We had our player meeting at around 9:30, and we tried getting most of our pods fired off right around 10 o'clock. As per usual, you have a few players who drop a decklist submission error here or there. A few proxy cards that weren't quite tournament eligible, but we have a fantastic judge team helping us out today. And also, anyone who knows Logan knows that he always brings these 3 gigantic boxes of proxies, so we helped a lot of people get those last-minute cards that weren't quite tournament adequate taken care of. Nick jumps in the chat saying, yo, what up, everyone? Currently, I'm indoors, so the ceiling. For those just joining in, while the players on screen are the ones mentioned in the overlay, they have already wrapped up their original official game. This one is just for fun. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if I can imagine what it would be like to play Magic just for fun. Nick asked if I'm playing today. Yes, Nick, I am playing the part of caster.
I think that's it, right?
Chat, I would love to hear what you think about Tamer Loot. Currently, they're on screen in the top right, being piloted by Casey. Did he cast this round, though? No, we were setting up some stuff. Everyone in chat, I am so thankful you are here. However, boy, do I wish you were here in person to see everything that's going on. It is a sight to see. Very thankful, though, to our casters for round 2. They did a great job. Very appreciative of the MTG Basics and Level 7 locals coming out to help us host Mortal Kraumbat 1, the Mile High Melee. Tom says, Food Chain needs the right colors. I would very much agree. Oftentimes, Food Chain is something that you'll see decks in lower colors leaning on because of its ability to be a relatively concise win con. However, in order to have the flexibility needed to navigate the landscape of a cEDH tournament, I often think that if you have a game plan like Food Chain, which requires a lot of casting spells, you more than likely will need to dip into some form of 3 colors in order to not just find your combo, but resolve it. Warcraft says, I respect the fact that they're playing another round, but to be fair, in a tournament where I expect to play all day, I will preserve my energy. While there definitely are some cards here from Modern Horizons 3, I don't know if we've seen any energy counters generated yet, indicating they more than likely will still have them for use later in the day. One of the things I like about Loot is that it accesses a very different aspect of the Team Rochelle. It primarily has been brought to popularity by the not necessarily innovation, but recent iteration of Rograk Thrasios, which is very tippy-tap all across the board, generate a ton of mana, a ton of tokens, and a lot of game actions. Which, while being very cool, it is still interesting to see a deck that takes Teamer in a very different direction. It's one of the reasons I'm especially fond of Logan's Maelstrom Warfare list. Warcraft says, well, at least there's no max speed. That is a mechanic that, even in limited formats, I don't know if it necessarily saw quite the play the Wizards of the Coast was hoping for. Tom says that time has a lot going on in the graveyard with that Cauldron. Agatha's Cauldron is a fascinating card, and I love seeing decks that are able to take full advantage of it. It really inspires a lot of interesting plays, and it's always cool when it sees play. We'll see what happens to my voice throughout the day, Warcraft. Me and you are going to find out together. Warcraft also says, the irony is that max speed mechanic is kind of slow. Nothing gives me the ick on a Magic card more than when it says once per turn. Joe Holland says, at least Loot has relevant text even if you aren't food chaining. I would very much agree. In a mana shell, in a color shell that is generating a lot of mana, having outlets for it in the command zone is really, really positive. The fact that you're able to essentially store mana for later or turn it into card draw, that's a win in my book. Warcraft says they wish they could stay for the whole day, but they can't because they're following from Europe. Crimson says, when is the next tourney round? I've got 3 huge televisions to my right all of which have the clocks and the top deck bracket rotating and rotating and rotating. We currently have roughly 20-ish minutes left in the round itself, with more than likely the potential to go an additional 20 minutes into overtime afterwards. Drummer asks, is that a time on board? Yes, it is time in the bottom left. Nick jumps in to say that they've been playing Timna Dargo, and it's been a blast. Luke says, as a Kinnan player, I enjoy playing against loot, so I can also have a loot. Luke, I've put a version of Kinnan together I like to call Copycat Kinnan. It's on all sort of dumb stuff like Stunt Double and Malleable Imposter, and I think playing copies is just fun. I'm glad you like it too. Nick, I would love to hear, or if anyone else wants to jump in, what made you pick Timna Dargo over Dahada? Joe says, Start Your Engines is actually a really fun mechanic in Limited. I appreciate that Wizards is still making mechanics that don't necessarily work well in Commander. That is awesome to hear. I don't necessarily play as much Limited as I should, so love getting to hear your perspective on that. I would completely agree. Oftentimes as Commander players, we tend to kind of silo ourselves within our format, which is totally fun. There's a lot of creativity and innovation that can happen within a strictly Commander, even a strictly cEDH play space. But from a design space, it is always good when the people making the game have all players in mind. Mutant says, my deck is your deck is always a fun deck. I would completely agree. One of the things I like about copy effects, though, is if you're doing things like Lannis, where you're taking other players' cards, can oftentimes present a socially dubious dynamic at the pod. So I like being able to cast my own spells and have opponents cast theirs as well, and keep the energy high. Luke says, why play my deck when I can play mine? And yours too. Nick says, Timna Dargo over Dahada because a lot of times Dahada doesn't do great late game, and Timna Dargo can. But it can still have that really fast factor. I completely agree, Nick. We have a Timna Dargo Mardu enjoyer out here in Colorado, and it always amazes me the speed at which he is able to power out wins. Or if he ends up being stopped, he's always still on it. For those just joining, well, the seats are correct. This is a for-fun game as opposed to an official game. The first game was won relatively quickly by Chris Spalding in seat 2, who is piloting Malcolm Vilethras. He just put out a Glinthorn Buccaneer line and then his way to victory. Bodhi says, Inala, best deck. The implication being that Bodhi plays Inala. Mutant jumps in saying Dahada doing the minus to make 4 treasures is amazing. I would agree. It is always fun to see, and I never am more jealous than when a Dahada activates that loyalty ability. In Seat 1, we have Tyam. Seat 2 is Grixis Pirates. Seat 3 is Loot from Aether Drift. And Seat 4 is a Marnius Calgar. Apparently, Seat 4 is for the Imperium. I'm going to go ahead and drop a link in the chat for our new viewers. Here at Mortal Kraumbat, we're not just playing cEDH, we're also playing Bingo. This is to have cards called, but hopefully with minutes, we will move on to round 3, in which case, if you have Gamble is a red Entomb, you are hoping that someone casts it on turn 1 and bins that Thassa's. Mutant says, not wrong. Inala being a combo piece in the command zone that doesn't even need to leave the command zone is crazy. It is definitely awesome to see. I have a few friends who have played Inala on and off, and it is always cool to see them a combo off. Luke says, I'm hoping by this time next year I'll be able to make my way out to some events on the West Coast. Going to my first tournament in Tennessee next month. Excited to hear about it, Luke. I hope you have a positive experience. Bit of work time. One of the really interesting things to me about Tyam is not only the unique way in which it plays, but it's uniquely situated amongst the vast majority of the cEDH meta, in that it's, for the most part, the most proven Abzan deck. Timna Kodama absolutely is a deck, as well as Necrobloom, but I don't think either one has seen quite the popularity or the prominence in the tournament setting that Tyam has. Although, in the same way that players are always looking to take down tournaments, people are always looking to innovate in the brew space as well. So I am excited for the potential that Abzan has. Right, as they're wrapping up, I am going to go on ahead and mute player audio. Alt says, Timna Kodama and Necrobloom are indeed decks. Luke says, I love Necrobloom so much. I think they're very cool. I have been known to dibble, dare I say dabble, in the Kodama brew space. He is a very unique commander and opens some very interesting lines. Joe jumps in and say, you see a little Thalia in Gitrog. Over at level 7, we actually has a player who routinely plays Thalia in the Gitrog, and it is always cool to see. They lean towards a pseudo lands control Protean Hulk turbo list. Whenever you play against them, you never know what you're going to get. Chad, I would love to know why you guys think Abzan is not a color wedge that we see as much of in cEDH. Well, the fact that it leaves out blue in a format that loves blue is definitely a bit of a drawback. But we see a lot of other colors without blue still kind of consistently doing pretty well. I think Mardu is a great example. Gruul can be fun. Rakdos is pretty cool as well. Nicholas says, no blue, honestly, feels so bad. It is ironic that often it is cEDH players without access to blue that feel the most blue. Nick says the reason we don't see more Abzan is because Abzan's strong suit, in his opinion, is Stacks. And Stacks is in a bad spot. Jay says no blue basically makes you a tier 2 deck. But there are sometimes commanders that are so juiced, it doesn't matter. Minimap says, I think the color identity breeds Stacks, and I don't really think Stacks is that good at winning games. Minimap and Nick, I would love to hear what you guys think would need to happen for Stacks to take a bigger spot in the spotlight. Something I think that oftentimes holds Stacks back is the difficulty it takes to pilot it well. You oftentimes are making decisions well ahead of when you have all the information needed to make it. For instance, if you're on control, you are able to wait until spells hit the stack before you decide what you're doing about it. But if you're playing stacked pieces, you have to decide most often on your turn when you have the mana what you're going to do about it. Mutant says, Abzan hasn't seen a commander that's good at closing out cEDH games quickly and reliably enough to cover for the lack of blue. Time, I think, is the best option here. Nicholas Mesa says, coming from an active player, I feel like blue gives you so much more room to work around the game state. Jay says, Stacks is good if you're on colorless Liberator. Luke says, Abzan feels just too slow and you have a limited window to try and win. Mardu can keep going for it and going for it and going for it. I would very much agree, Luke. If what blue adds is flexibility, what red adds via Underworld Breach is resilience. Mardu also has the benefit of being in white, giving you Savine's Reclamation. I think both of these cards mean that not only do you have win gods on board, but if you have them in graveyard, that is basically the same thing. Pop Squat said, mid-range would have to die. If it's a checks and balances thing, Stacks beats Turbo, Turbo beats mid-range, mid-range beats Stacks. Blue Man says, I think Turbo needs to represent a larger meta share for Stacks to come back. Right now, it's a mid-range grind fest, and the rock, paper, scissors of Turbo, Stacks, and combo doesn't really exist right now. I definitely think that is something that a lot of players are feeling. Stocks on Mirror Maid, Copy Enchantment, and Steel Enchantment have been going up, up, up. However, as we saw earlier in the official game for this pod, where Malcolm Vilethrust just went for it, I think we are increasingly moving towards a make 'em have it meta. While Turbo vies for a spot of dominance against control decks, if they are consistently able to pull out the dub, that, I think, is when we're going to see if we end up in a true Turbo meta. Luke says Celeste has me playing Mardu, and I am excited for it.
And then you hit interact. You can scroll up and down.
Let's see. Jay says, giving access to flash stacks pieces faces the problem for waiting for spells to hit the stacks. Also, not being able to remove stack pieces on your own board reliably gets you stuck. I feel like a card that you're talking about is Disruptor Flute. Hey guys. Now you not only can hear me talk, but you can watch me talk. My condolences. Some other cards that Jay mentions are Even Mind Sensor, Even Interrupter, Cursed Totem, Draft Diggers, and even though they are strong stacks pieces, going back to your original comment, they are often difficult to get rid of at will. A good example of a stacks piece that you can remove at will is Vexing Bauble. Joe says, Eric, do you think Rhystic Study should be banned? Currently, I am taking the position that I am unsure if cards need to be banned. Potentially, I played too much Dota 2 or Team Fortress 2, but as a young warthog, I experienced the solution of problems via power creep. And while it seems that Wizards of the Coast continues to slowly introduce powerful cards, we do have a lot of them that have been taken off the table via the ban list. So, before we ban new cards, I am interested to see if new cards can come in that can eat a little bit of Rhystic Study's lunch, or potentially if pieces could come off the ban list in order to solve a problem in a more subtle way. Minimath says, I think stacks is completely meta dependent because meta decks can just play under stacks very well, like Kinnan, for example. So I think that the meta currently can just play under stacks. I would definitely agree with you. I think many of the most popular decks, namely Rockthras, Kinnan, and Blue Farm, are able to get under the vast majority of stacks pieces. While Cursed Totem can shut off much of what Rockthras is trying to do, it is a deck built around trying to bounce many permanents off the board. I once heard it phrased that stacks is good, but not as good as Psycrypt. Blue Man says, when Rockside was in my Podbreaker League, stacks felt good. Now that it's Blue Farm and Rockthras, not so much. Killer says it's not an Eric stream if the mic isn't cutting out. I completely agree. Both in Magic games and in content creation, I much prefer causing problems to solving them. Jay says the meta is still changing, no bans needed. I think that's a relatively healthy way of looking at it. Being in the position where I am oftentimes privileged enough to spend the vast majority of my time keeping an eye on the cEDH meta, there are new developments popping up all the time. While I have definitely been in games that sometimes feel stale or a little long in the tooth, I don't know if more than a week or two has gone by without at least one or two decks doing well at some tournament or some card that someone found on Scryfall shooting to the top of everyone's TCG player lists. Sanchez says, Ral is sitting nice in the current meta. I would very much agree. Well, it's not a deck that I personally have played against a lot in person, I've played against it a lot online, and I know other players where Ral represents something that they see in their meta a lot. I think it is a deck that is both interesting to pilot and rewards experience. Oftentimes you'll find some lists, like I think Parkashima, where as players play them more and more and more, they oftentimes get this hunger or desire to move to a new deck which does similar things, we'll say is 60 to 70% the same, but is able to add a new dynamic into the list in order to help it play smoother or be more competitive for whatever their local scene is. Oftentimes, though, RAL players will continually double down on that RAL experience. Jay says, Flame Skull's Celebrant being added to the new Blue Farm control shells is such an interesting change recently. I would definitely agree. One of the things I'm very grateful for is oftentimes getting to chat with Jason about Blue Farm. While many of lists are relatively static, I think that if you're a Blue Farm player and you want to stay on the top of your game, you definitely still need to be testing many of the new cards that come into play. Joe says, so that new card, Tataru Taro, looks to be specifically designed for Ristic effects. It does appear to have substantial breaks on it, but we will see if more cards like this can have impact. Yeah, I'm also really interested to see how this style of card, it's something that we see a lot specifically in the colorless white space. Something that's really, really easy, both in Commander and in Limited, to get out on curve. We see things like Deep Known Terramancer or Archivist of Ogma that are relying on your opponents to be ahead in order for you to do something. It offers a comeback mechanic that I find really interesting in a design space. Pseudo says, if you were to build Sisei, would you build Clam Chowder or Planeswalkers? When I got my start, Planeswalkers was very, very fun, and I picked up a few of the Planeswalkers that have pretty versions. Even though I think Clam Chowder is better, my greed and lust for card art would get the better of me, and I would probably play the Planeswalker version, even though I think Clam Chowder is pretty good. Luke says, most people that aren't a fan of Ristic aren't trying hard enough to get their own out or copy someone else's. I think another window of opportunity is the Rakdos Ob Nix. I think that's a great example of a deck that runs a lot of cards that are Ristic Study hate. But it's not just bad for them, it's also good for you. Hines says, is there a 20-minute final turn timer? Yes, there is. And like most cEDH tournaments, I can see at least 2 pods still playing. I would be very surprised if we are able to end before that. Which makes me all the more grateful that it is part of the regular tournament scene now. Definitely helps keep things moving, keeps players going, and keeps energy high. Nicholas says, Taru is so good for Marnius, I'm hunting for one in my area. Yeah, very, very interesting. That was one of the things I liked about playing Kodama is Shy, is there's a lot of unique pockets in color wedges that you don't often see represented in specific formats. One aspect of white that we don't see much is that there's a lot of flash in white that either has flicker effects or weird advantage engines stapled onto legendary creatures. It's always interesting when you're in a game and you get to see one of those hit the board. Mine says there's 4 pods not reported on top deck. Oh my. What do you guys think of the 20-minute cap on overtime? I've experienced it both from a TO's perspective as well as a player perspective. I have been in 2 games where I feel like I wasn't able to win because I didn't have access to those extra 2 or 3 minutes I needed to cross the finish line with the deck I was piloting. But I've been in many, many more games where I wrapped up somewhere around the 30-40 minute mark and I was just sitting around for almost an hour. So now that that cap has been put in place, I feel like while some of the heights I was hoping to achieve just don't happen, just kind of going back to that, 1 or 2 minute, like, oh, if only I could cast 1 or 2 more spells. But for the most part, I feel like it has helped stabilize the average tournament experience. Yeah, definitely a big fan of the cap. But also, I recognize that oftentimes it is easy for an individual to use the rubric of personal experience to overanalyze any specific aspect of a meta or a format. So I am very interested in hearing as much feedback from as many players as possible, as we are still having players who, for the first time, are playing in tournaments with this type of structure in place. Ias asks, is the couch big or are you small? I wonder that every day. Pseudo says, my local was going for so long. Before it and now, we don't even hit the time limit. I'm here for it. We definitely agree. We had multiple tournaments at our local store, Enchanted Grounds, who also helped us pull off Mortal Kraumbat as it's happening around me. Where the top pod was decided by the store closing. And I don't think that's a unique experience. I think a lot of places have had that happen. And so protecting the tournament's ability to resolve the tournament winner by the player who played the best, I think is an important thing to aim for in cEDH. There are many ways that we can always be working to improve the format and the experience of players around us. And I'm grateful that such a simple implementation of a rule has seemed to have such a positive effect. Luke says, cap on OTE seems good. I'd rather draw than play for another hour and draw anyway. Very much agree. Oftentimes, the pods I've been in that have been forced to draw because of the cap on OT, we're headed there anyways. Hines says, most of the time, I don't see Swiss being a problem, but there is those moments it feels nice to keep trucking. Yep, for sure. Nicholas Mesa says, praying for a Magda in the next pod. Luke says, I hope either new tech is dropped or Jeweled Lotus gets unbanned so I can return to my King's Tevish Crom. That is a cool list. Logan says, is the full stream going to be on YouTube when it's over? Hopefully. That's the goal. Fingers crossed. Hines says, we need a tour of the location and interviews like the Flubs event. Hopefully, you're going to get it. Yeah, it is truly a sight to behold. There is splayed out before me, player after player, pod after pod, table after table. It is also really nice to see a couple people have offered me little tidbits and snippets of the appetizers they've been ordering, and boy, is it nice to be able to snack on stuff throughout the tournament. I don't know about you guys. You could ask Mrs. Beagle, but I get pretty hangry. So I can only imagine how much better I would be playing in pods if I have the ability to make sure I stay hydrated and I'm keeping up the resources I need, not just to do well inside of pods, but overall at a tournament. Halt says, the perfect combination, Dave and Buster's Eats and cEDH. Chat says, I think Eric should do a shot every round. I assure you, I will be calling shots in games left, and I will be calling shots in games right faster than you can even keep up. Finals commentary would be fantastic. That is the goal. We are hoping to help you guys stay in touch and keep connected with Mortal Kombat 1 of the Mile High Melee. Jay says, great commentator voice, can't get over it. Well, right back at you, Gay. Jay, sorry. Great commentator. Great comment. Great commenter. Thank you. Luke says, top 4 tiebreaker, high score in skee ball. I would not do well. Although I do enjoy a nice arcade game. The arcade game I've played the most is Space Pinball on Windows XP. Oh, takes me back. Well, folks, we're currently sitting at 10 minutes overtime. If previous rounds have given us anything to keep track of, expectation is we probably have another 10 minutes before the current pod's playing it out draw. Then we will more than likely have a few announcements just to make sure everything's running smoothly. And then hopefully we'll get you a round 3 game. Man, I can't even remember the last time I played skee ball. Yeah. Hello, guys. Logan has a chat.
What is up? Dude, I was just walking the floor, talking to everybody. Everyone's like having a blast.
Dude, it is so much fun. The energy is so high.
Yeah.
I think it's especially nice to see because oftentimes after round 2, it's when you see kind of the fulcrum or the zenith on which people's energy starts to tip downwards. Because if you're 0-2-0, your odds of getting to top 16 are looking slimmer by the minute. I look around and I see a lot of people having a good time. And I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to try to keep your spirits up, and even if you're not doing the best, just keep things moving. Mm-hmm. And I think it's really, really easy to do when there's beer and food.
Yeah. Even if you're in a place without alcohol, a commenter in the chat was talking about how they're planning on going to their first tournament in a month. Something I would highly, highly encourage you is either find some friends who are also going, or even if it's just a friend you can text updates to throughout the tournament, just so you can have that one person who's in your corner, keeping your spirits up.
Yeah. It is, my only complaint is that it's like 75 degrees in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
I have to go pick a pod.
All right.
I'll pick a good one.
Heck
and
yeah.
then we'll cast it, right?
Pick a good one.
All right.
You guys heard him.
I'll be back.
Yeah, Dave and Buster's has done basically everything within their power short of changing the weather. Alrighty. Pseudo says, do I know what the rest of the Critical Crew is playing? Austin is currently on Wandering Minstrel. He built it as a turbo 5-color Adnos shell. Originally, my Live Laugh Lands build was a little bit more mid-range. I had cards like Tameshi and random stuff like that in, but I also, for the most part, have shifted towards turbo. Logan Abraham in our local meta, who previously was playing 5-color Essica as a turbo build. Boy, is Manamorphose a powerful card. Luke says the Oregon Trail Speed 1. First to die to dysentery wins. Joe says y'all are dropping audio a little. Apologies. Thank you for letting us know. We want to make sure that we are keeping an eye and an ear on how the stream's going. If any of you guys are having any issues, technical, primarily technical, let us know. Ooh, it looks like Pod 9 is going to be our stream game. I've got the television here. Looks like we've got Pigeon, Dylan, Jordan, and Jacob. Heinz, you were saying you needed an Atali pod today? Well, luck is shining on you. I believe that Pigeon is actually playing Atali today. We will see. I'm going to go ahead and again drop the Mortal Kraumbat Critical EDH bingo sheet in the chat. So far, we have only had one card called, and it was a sleeve splitting on screen. Nick says, I have all the issues, buddy. You're telling me. I spent this week moving, and I am physically and mentally in pain. Alive on the outside, dead on the inside. If you guys want, though, you can go on ahead and join the bingo sheet that we've got generated for you guys. There is a wide range of things that could and should happen in a cEDH game. They range from a monocolored commander being spotted to more middle of the road, things like a mulligan down to 3, even to the rarity of a sleeve splitting on screen. Much to my surprise and a little to my chagrin, it happened first. We are live, yeah. Oh, thanks. Nobody tell him that I'm dead on the inside. So right now we're going to be going into pod 3. Well, round 3. Interested to see how this goes. Oh, you jumping in?
No, he just asked me to cast or edit the stream.
Oh, nice.
Let me get the names out.
Heinz, how do we prove that Gamble was a red in Tomb?
It's pod 9?
It is pod 9.
Top 4 will also get Play Nice MTG playmats are hanging over by the stream pod. So thank you for...
There's currently a player announcement going on. Play Nice actually sent us some of the playmats that you now see on screen. While you may get to play on them if you're attending the tournament and in the stream pod, you'll get to take them home if you're in top 4.
Play Nice is a way to track your stats in cEDH games. So you can have it free.
Luke says, let me cast it.
Wayne from Mango is here, and he has announced today. Get up on the stream. Yeah, 25.
Ooh, another announcement coming out is that Land Go is releasing The Cookout in Atlanta, Georgia, 2025. The date is going to be October 4th. Start time, 9 a.m. Set your alarms. Don't want to sleep in for that. Someone's opening a mystery booster hoping for a Mana Crypt. If they pull it, I will unban it right now by the powers invested in me as a cEDH caster. I believe the players sat down in a different turn order. Jeskai Pirates should be... they did open a crypt, a Tormod's crypt. It should be Jordan Callister. Don't worry, we will get the overlay fixed shortly. Also, as Pseudo noticed, get Runk. We're going to have a Italia and a Gitrog. Ooh wee mama. Luke says, I'm going to pull priority next month. Maybe Atlanta would be my next stop. Minimap says Pigeon is not on ROG Prismatic Viper. Sad. We have a comment saying, please fix the audio. It is very hard to enjoy like this. We would be happy to jump on that. Is there a specific aspect of it that is giving you grief? Hines says, I hope Italia exiles all the Gitrog's lands as a Lumra pilot. You were describing my nightmare. Some people are saying it's cutting out a lot. Other players aren't. Try refreshing your stream and then letting me know if you're still having the issue.
Okay. Sorry, I just don't know.
Apologies for the overlay. I tried fixing it, and I feel bad. Don't worry, we'll get there. Ooh, Tom says to disable ad block. Hopefully that does it for you.
Hey, Jordan Callister's in 2 seats.
Mm-hmm.
You want to fix that?
I am trying to. I'm trying to click on this and it's...
Oh, is it lagging?
Could potentially be it. No audio issues for me either on PC. I did have some issues while on mobile earlier, but that was a while ago. I also used to have issues earlier. But it is true that time heals all wounds.
What the hell?
Deadpool says, where's the Final Fantasy Commander?
How did this happen?
I clicked on seat 1 trying to type in the name. As someone mentioned earlier, the primary role I play in Critical EDH is causing problems, and Logan's primary job is solving them. Congratulations on getting to see it play out in real time. Thank you to all the people jumping into the chat, letting us know that the audio, for the most part, is working fine. If there are people who had audio issues but don't anymore, feel free to jump in and mention the things you guys did that helped them work better. I'm going to go ahead and drop a link. In addition to being the first tournament that we've hosted at Dave & Buster's, we are also playing bingo. So far, in round 2, we had one card called Sleeve Splitting on screen, but we are going to be keeping an eye out for other ones. Based off of Tally and Gibrog, I am not expecting to see Cavern of Souls on human in this game. However, we might see a food chain wins a game.
What are they playing?
Dog Thrass is Dylan.
Is what?
Dylan.
Dylan what? Dylan what?
Last name. It's pretty weird that that's his last name, but yeah, it's Dylan last name. Oh, it's Smith.
Let's see, 2.
Is seat 3 Pigeon? Yeah, Pigeon's on Atali.
What the fuck? I'm very confused. Pigeon. Okay, seat 1 is where? Oh, they didn't sit in their seats. Is the problem.
Did they sit in reverse order? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4?
This is Jordan.
Right, so seat 1.
Yeah, he's not seat 1.
He's not?
No, you didn't go over there and tell them where to sit. So they just sat where they wanted to sit.
Oh, okay. Thank you guys for bearing with us as we are working through stuff.
Choose who?
To his Dylan Smith. Currently, Pigeon has the Final Fantasy Carpet of Flowers card out. Definitely very grateful to all the Kingdom Hearts enjoyers that they get to see cards from their games represented. Ooh, an Abhorrent Oculus by Dylan Smith. Not quite a staple of Yoshimaru Thrasios, but also not a stranger either. Heuristic Study by Jordan Calster. Yes, Mad Men Enjoyer, I believe you. It is a Carpet of Flowers that is the special Final Fantasy version. Oh, an LED as well. Spooky.
All right, chat. I think we're good. It's time to lock in.
Time to dial in.
for me and the people at home, do you want to update us where we are?
We currently are round 3 of the first iteration of Mortal Kraumbat, the Mile High Melee. In Seat 1, we have Pigeon, Denver local, and level 7 employee playing Itali. In Seat 2, we have Dylan Smith on Dog Thras, who's just played in a Bourne Oculus. In Seat 3, we have Jordan, our local Malcolm Bruce pilot, who managed to land a Ristic Study and an LED in a single turn. And in Seat 4, we have Gitrog, who has already managed to get an Amulet of Vigor out, being piloted by Jacob Sherman. This is definitely not a traditional pod. Very exciting to see, though. Can't wait to see what comes of it. Thank you guys for your patience as we were working through making sure we have everything set up. We want to make sure we are bringing you guys the highest quality stream we can. Wizard says Dogcraft looking ahead here. If they can get any sort of Kitten or Felidar Guardian out, they are going to be in a good spot.
I don't like that. Never mind. It's not staying in the mood. Oh, yeah. I thought it'd be funny. Not worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Indeed. Yeah.
So I think. Start looking at some stuff. Nothing crazy. I am going to cast a Lotus Petal, pay 1.
Yeah, pay for it.
Pigeon did manage to get an Atali cast out already. Ended up pitching Atali to Neoform. As the chat has mentioned, very much agreed that this more than likely was done in order to get Atali back to the command zone.
Don't go nuts. Yeah, don't go. Hold on.
I'll put this into play, and I'll put a Nature's Chosen in there.
Sure.
Nature's Chosen in the graveyard, where it belongs.
Got 8 cards.
I always try to pay.
It's whatever.
That's what I'm saying. I need to do one.
Yeah. Alright.
Chat says that if he plays Cradle, it might be crazy.
Sure. Sounds good.
I also cast a spell scan.
Alright. Sounds good. Yeah. And go ahead. Ensa. Yep. I'm going to pay for Ristic Study.
Wizard says no threat for Yoshi, which is interesting.
That's really scary.
Ooh, and 2 mana to Gitrog.
Yeah. Nice with it. Yeah.
This could be an indication that we're going to see a Nose Constrictor or a Putrid Imp sent to the graveyard for reanimation later.
I like the dredge. I'm a little dredge. You go.
Definitely not Dark Black.
Hope says that Abhorrent is nice because it allows you to put an Abolisher effect into play as a special action.
I don't run it. I don't run it.
Backwards by far better. Yeah, I get you.
We are going to put Life from the Lone Dredge 3 in the bin.
That makes sense. Close enough. Something, guys, Cradle.
Graveyard.
Yeah.
Did we lose player on?
Yep, I'm going to move my upkeep.
I like one.
Yeah, these ones over here are good. These ones are not.
Upkeep.
It's because it does matter now.
Oh, it looks like they put Life from the Loan.
Good draw.
I kind of wish I could draw that. I can't even, like, in play it does nothing. I almost have Kitten. Yeah. We're still pretty good doing it. It's still a lot of mana, yeah. A lot of mana. Oh, yeah.
Let's do... City of Traders is land for turn. Pay for Ristic. Crucible Worlds. Sure.
I played against Jacob yesterday. He's playing also Gitrog, and he had this almost exact same setup: Amulet of Vigor, Crucible of Worlds, and it's definitely like kind of a mini value engine, at least as close as you can get it to Gitrog.
Mm-hmm. Matt says, excited to see a spell skite. Yes, Malcolm Brews, despite not being in green, is able to pull off a lot of creature-based combos. I would not be surprised if spell skite allows them in some pretty interesting ways to protect their win. Also, depending on what clone of flips Atali hits, it also could prevent them from getting another Atali ETB.
I thought Pigeon would surely play Rog for us for this tournament, and he played Atali last night at our level 7 event. I didn't know that meant he was playing it at this event.
That's an option, but
looks like the bird is playing the Dino. Tyler says 6 is the best value engine in Get Rog.
That's fair. It is?
No. You can draw off it. I just need that before I do this.
I think that's pretty reasonable.
Currently, we have a Velociraptor swinging out. For those who aren't familiar, if this creature is able to deal combat damage, they will able to cast Atali for, I believe, an alternate prowl cost. 2 colorless and red, I believe.
What do you think the chances are that he's got something good on these aboard Oculuses?
It has to. There's no way you have that many cards flipped over and like none of them are good.
You said you are targeting this?
Are you just bouncing the Velociraptor?
That'd be pretty good.
Tap this to bounce.
I'm good on target. Are you on target?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, he's bouncing his own thing.
Spellskite could get in here.
Hold on. I will go ahead and pay 2 life to redirect the activation to
Jordan!
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, yo.
Yep, so, sure. Yep. Spellskite, go to hand.
Yes. I'm very scared of what's happening next, but sure.
Force targeting these 2?
Yeah.
Ristic trigger.
Ristic trigger, is that fine? Off of... Yeah, you can hold priority on this.
Yes. You're going to draw on force good?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
Pink. And then I'm going to play this Sadstone Caverns as land.
Sure.
I'm going to crack LED, go to 4, 5. I will pay the commander tax, prowl,
Yep.
Pass on Tony.
You got it.
ATB?
Yeah.
And a Fell
Interesting.
Kill the Drake.
Aftermath.
I will cast
Wow, nothing too crazy. What was Pigeon Zone?
What do you gilded here? Do you hit the Oculus? No, because that's Ward, right?
Yeah.
Do you have to hit Malcolm then?
Yeah.
It does make treasures. You just take one of the creatures and hope and pray.
Looks like the first pod to wrap up round 3 is Kevin on Chatterfang.
Oh, he's playing Chatterfang?
Yeah.
Wow, I thought he would play Elstra for this.
Oh, he's just playing good old Golgari.
Ability is 4 to...
Saltmine says, is this the final or is it the top 16? We are currently in round 3 of Mortal Kraumbat.
2 more rounds to go.
Melee, 2 more rounds to go. You more than likely will also be able to catch us in top 16.
Yep. I will. If you want to use Jaxus this turn,
I can't discard a card.
oh, you don't have a card to discard. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to.
You don't have to discard.
Yeah, that is true. As part of the cost to do this.
Good on I'm gonna hit.
Yeah.
I have nothing going on.
I know.
Yeah.
I have 2 mana or 3 mana technically.
I mean, I kind of just want to put the creatures.
Yeah.
Because then I can flip. Sure. I would rather. Drink.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to pass rarity on it.
Yeah,
for sure.
You got it?
Yep.
I will have a tapped opponent.
Yeah, tap it for it. Yeah.
That's only mildly terrifying that you're giving Atelier a special action.
Yeah. I'm gonna pay. I'm just gonna put a treason disorder out there.
Is he Emperor Recruitering as well?
If I could have, I would have.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I didn't want to on the initial one, but
This is different, I think.
yeah.
Man, look at all those cards.
Now, he can still flip those as special actions even though he doesn't control the opponent, right? That's the abilities of the card.
Absolutely. It's very similar to like a Hoarding Broodlord or a Necrophone situation.
I see.
Let's ETB on tap.
All the little dudes, they're tutus, yes?
Yeah, they're just ground or tutus.
Yep.
Man, Derevi's about to go crazy into this Gitrog.
I think so.
He's going to untap his breeding pool so many times.
Which is, if he's got creatures under there, he can respond to all the
I know.
triggers. That's insane!
It's so cool.
I think I send the Drake for karma points.
For karma
I'm
points.
just going to split these 3 and 3.
Good luck getting Dylan to cut Oculus after this game.
It should just be 6.
They're tutus. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Bunch of Derevi triggers.
I'll stack it 4 and 3.
Yep.
And I'm just going to resolve them as we go. So 3. I have mana. Yeah.
I love the Warren Arcos so much. I love it too.
Man, if you're Dylan, which would you be willing to do more for? A Guy's Cradle or a Klondike Bar?
Alright. So let's float a blue.
Hey guys, we have floating mana dice. Please use them. They can't hear us.
Float a green. Untap. Float a blue.
Dragon says, who is Dylan on? They are on Dog Thrash.
Yes, there's none here. And then we have
A good deck?
so I'll tap
Probably.
white.
Yoshimaru, a good boy?
Two.
Definitely.
I'll do one more. I'll tap this for white.
You got it.
1. Then tap this for green, and then we'll be all done with untaps at this point.
Still in damage.
Still in
Correct.
combat, yeah. Still in the damage stuff.
I'd like to put an intuition.
Target.
Oh, that's not what I expected.
Not what I saw coming. Wow.
Good luck.
Where's the intuition? Oh, it's just he just put it in the yard.
It's just there.
I would like to finish.
Welcome, Dragon Minutes.
For those currently playing bingo, if he fails to find off his fetch here, that is one of our cards. Oscar asks, how is he tapping and untapping? He had a lot of manifested creatures generated by a Born Oculus over the course of 2 full turn rotations. He then hard cast a Derevi, putting it on board, then swung out at the Gitrog player, generating 8 untapped triggers. We are currently still in the resolution of combat damage phase, meaning that they are able to utilize this mana. They've started by putting an intuition into play. We will see what they get. given the fact that they generated one white, it's potential that we might see like a Court of calling for a Devoted Druid into the Swift configuration. We'll see.
Maybe Emerald will make it well. I'd probably cast it.
Yeah, you're casting Emerald for sure.
You need to wield the Bowmaster out, so yep. I know that for sure.
Chat, can you hear the players okay, or are they pretty quiet?
Right. Well, the Bowmasters was in the wheel. Yeah.
I think if I found it, it's one of your combos. I'm like okay keeping it on sometimes.
Yeah. But also, like, if you have it on board, I just went on top of all the triggers.
That's why I like. Maybe I don't even cast it. Maybe I'll just keep it in.
Yeah.
Chat says, if the intuition is resolving, there's no interaction. Interesting.
I don't know if there's an intuition pile that inherently wins here.
Yeah, that would have been there.
Unlike some other decks.
Yeah, that's true. It was perfect amount of mana.
Ooh, we have some people from chat saying that the player audio is quiet.
All right, we can crank it a little bit.
I'm just putting more lands in my grid. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Now I need a metamorph for an amulet.
People are saying they are fairly quiet. Chatter from the venue.
Best I can do is a mirror bait.
Yeah, and then find your own shifting woodlot.
Then I get all these back. I think it's 5 in there right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in there right now. So it's mana positive 2. Straight through. But I'd probably just call it a foul. But imagine.
Probably smarter. And then if you have 4 mana left over, you want to cast it only next turn.
Well, if it's smoking still. That's true. Sorry, I'm in the tank on this one. Good job. I also took a minute.
It's on
this deck's a little different. Yeah.
We're all playing complicated decks on your stream, but none of us are making mistakes.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd rather use
complicated. Just guess chunky and juicy. Yeah, your deck plays itself. Chunky.
No. His deck plays everybody else's decks.
Right. Play with myself.
Christopher says, I want to be able to hear them flick the cards.
Pray there's not a 6-letter S word. Yep.
Is Savine 6 letters?
So I need 2 out. I'm 1-1. This is rough.
I got cooked to Bryant turn 2 on round 2, so.
Wait.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
What about you guys? What's your 1-1?
I'm 1-1.
Jordan is currently recounting a previous loss, indicating he might be expecting another one.
Mana, to be honest. Because I'm feeling kind of shitty. There. Yeah, 2 lands is really rough here.
Yeah.
So.
We got plenty of time, so.
We're all playing it good.
Yeah.
Yep.
This will be my pile.
You have not played land for turn?
Correct. No. I don't think we can give a Swift though.
No, I think we give Enduring.
I think we have to, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Enduring.
Probably best, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
That sounds right to me.
Still in damage phase.
Correct.
Anything else with those? Yes. Okay. Gotta check. Gotta check those tap boys.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Almost tragic.
One of them must be pretty good.
Or, I mean, because if the mana's floating.
Well, one of them is a choice between a Dryad Arbor.
Any permanent at instant speed?
So these are special actions. Right. You can immediately flip them at any time you have priority.
Is it any permanent, or is it just
creatures? It can be on the spec as well.
I think it's just creatures.
It just has to be a creature. It can't be anything.
There it is.
I'm very scared of the one thing that I can do.
Dryad Arbor up for.
I think I'll just flip one of them.
Yeah.
So I think the bin. It's in the bin though.
Yeah, he put it in the bin.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that they're called permanents, because given the creaturely nature of the human condition and how temporary our own lives are,
Upkeep trigger.
shouldn't they be called temporaries?
I'll bin this land and put another 2 in.
Food for thought.
Right now I need to draw. Yeah, that's again. This is my point. Is like I can play things, but I'm just like terrified.
All right. Play Sea of Clouds.
Trying to communicate that you're scared of another player. Oh wow! Oh, just kidding.
I can't do anything about it.
I'm
I pass.
I'll show you a silence.
Oh, silence.
Oh, one silence begets another.
That is pretty good. Damn.
Didn't want to do it on your turn. We could have talked about this.
But yeah, with voice, yeah. I have to pass priority on that.
Sounds good.
Wow, saved by silence.
Yeah, voice.
Yeah, combat, I'll hit here for 2. Take 2. I will make 1 treasure. I will pass the turn.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
Untap. Upkeep.
I mean, he also has a silence, so
I do have the silence.
You have a thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll bin this Beseju. Not a lot of lands here.
Sure. Draw.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a thing.
I don't know if taking the Warren Oculus is the right thing there. I think it's good
Let's
to
play
take the value away, but I wonder if Pigeon's actually hurting himself.
Float 2, Twilight Maya from the bin, City of Traders.
Because they're both 3 CMC, so he's not hoping to Eldritch into something Oculus and you're going to be able to hit the frog.
Here's the frog.
Then let's do...
Wizard says they really should have politics
that card.
While we sometimes can chagrin at having a conversation before every spell hits the stack, I think in a board state like this, if you're about to put a silence out there, it may be worth taking a second or two just to feel it out.
That's land number 2.
Yep.
Crack. Lose a life. Draw card.
Yep.
Fetch.
Good on foot. Yep.
I'm going to find that one because it's the first one I found. Lose 2.
Christopher says, frog from the top rope.
And then green for a mana bond. End step trigger, reveal my hand, put all lands on the battlefield, discard the rest.
Pass on mana bond.
Yeah. I would like to go to my end step.
Bond spotted.
I will reveal those 2 lands. Veil, News Constrictor, Ulamog.
Yeah.
I will have a Shuffle Titan.
Yep.
I would like to respond to my Shuffle Titan trigger.
Yeah.
Fetch. Lose a life. Drop a frog.
It'll be interesting to see how he
also
sequences this. It's especially curious considering that he had the News Constrictor in hand and he used his Entomb on a life from the loam.
The voice doesn't matter because it comes before he untaps.
I'm not sure I quite understand the context.
Because I have 5, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
That's German spice spotted.
That's valid.
If we can just attack him.
Michael Ask is Pigeon playing Atali. Yes.
If we don't hit the voice with that, if you swing like an Atali at me, I will just block with the voice.
He just tried.
Right? Yeah. That's fine. Right? Like if that.
I don't want to phase it out. I'm just. I want to bring up the option.
Yeah.
Myself will just come back on my.
Yeah, I know. So it doesn't really matter what
if you Oculus. Maybe
still come back.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'm good for that to phase it if you want.
That's the biggest thing. Or I guess Atali, but that doesn't do anything.
Really do anything?
Technically, it comes back before upkeep.
Oh, that's true. So you're inclined to do something over here anyway.
Yeah. So nothing is summoning sick either way.
Maybe for fierce.
Yeah. I think you almost want him to have fierce. To be honest.
You got a silence for me. Oh. Yeah.
Right, and I don't want to use it, but I'm willing to, have conversations about that.
100%. Because honestly, we have to just murder.
Sure. Yeah. I think his turn is going to be crazy, though. No.
Not if he's got the silence.
Yours.
Yeah, if I don't matter what I hit,
that's what I'm saying.
He gets it before
I had no backup.
You also just ignore silence,
right? So. At this point, I am incentivized to.
I'm just gonna not target any
voice die and hold up my silence for whatever crazy.
I'm gonna target 0 things. Light from the loam. Yeah, I'm replacing draw with dredge. 1, 2, 3. Dagmore salvage. I have a draw trigger.
We die here.
Yes, I do, because it hit the band.
We don't die here.
No, we don't die here.
There's no Shuffle Titan on the stack.
There's also Shuffle Titan on the stack.
Shuffle Titan on the stack.
Draw trigger. I'll replace draw with dredge 2.
Yeah.
1, 2. No draws.
There's also no current.
There's no black mana either.
Wait, there's no current discard outlet on board.
Correct.
There's no current discard outlet.
And then
fetch land.
And then I will fetch.
Yep.
And then I will have a Shuffle Titan trigger.
Yep.
It could have been really bad. Right.
Yeah.
Would have been very good.
We are set up to be not in a great state for next turn.
And everyone's bored. Everyone's bored.
Yeah, everyone's bored. Yeah.
I use there.
Some pretty good politicking both by Jordan and by Pigeon. Jordan is pointing out the strength that Jacob has represented on board right now, trying to divert threat to him. But Pigeon is pointing out that not only is everyone in a very strong position, but that Jacob has kind of stalled out for the most part until the next turn cycle, with the potential of the 2 cards that they have in hand.
Yeah, notably you do have to pay colors, just as a reminder.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. I'm sorry. Am I going to go to draw set? Yep.
Yeah, it's
Pigeon is playing Atali, yes.
It's very much anybody's game right now.
Sorry, are you not
I think that like the number 1 spot for who's like fighting for the win is basically like turn order right now. Like as each individual untaps, a huge new problem is created for the rest of the table.
Pigeon has a lot of good things on board, but that doesn't necessarily translate into anything meaningful in Atali. So it depends on what's in his hand. Right now he has 2 cards in hand. If he has some good abhorrent Oculus flips, that would help a lot. But
I want another ETB without getting silenced, so I don't just kill you.
That's
Tatsuno makes the point that Pigeon's deflecting how good his board is based off the fact that Jordan has a revealed silence.
Blitz out a Jaxus.
There's a Jaxus.
Yep. Jaxus good. Discard. Pay a red. No, you're good. Pay a red. I'd like to discard this Berkey, and I will target the Talon.
Yeah.
Target Talon.
Sure.
Yeah.
I pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
I'm gonna have the original go to command zone, and then have the clone here. Be good with the clone ETB.
The original in the command zone.
The dual caster name.
Expedition man.
Mystic Remora.
That's not bad.
Mystic Remora. That's not legal.
Just keep this in exile. I will cast them. Yeah, I want the dual caster on the bottom, fish on the top.
It's interesting.
Expedition map.
Pass.
Yep.
That he's casting the leaving it in exile. I wonder if that means that he is able to put priority on its cast in order to put something that could be copied on the stack.
No. Good on dual caster. Yeah. Target nothing. Cool.
Okay. Just wants the body, I guess.
I would like to move to combat.
Yep.
I'm gonna go here, and then the hasty Atali and Oculus there, like I said.
Yep.
I have no blocks.
I think he should have enough mana to cast Atali
Is it flying?
It does fly.
It is flying. Okay, yeah. The Atali, yeah. Yep.
Good move in damage.
I'll take 9.
5 and 6, 7. It's 9. Because 7 minus 3 is
it's 9.
4 and 5. And then 3.
So is this the part where we silence him?
I've upheld my part of what's going on.
Michael says Pigeon is generally pretty straightforward about his board state. No one can miss the value, but I've never seen him lie about it when attempt.
So good on damage.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Cool.
Pigeon's a pretty straightforward player, but that doesn't mean that he's bad. Like, you can be a good player in a lot of other ways, and
I just have one still.
I'll take it again.
unfortunately, I think decks like Atali give you sort of strange tools to push for wins, but it seems like he's using what he can and what he can cobble together from these Atali flips pretty well.
Each flip, even if it doesn't result in a win con like Food Chain, rather meaningfully complicates the decision tree that Jordan has to analyze in order to decide, should I cast Silence?
Have you played land for turn?
I have not. My top deck was the discard.
If he cracks the expedition up, you might need to silence.
I mean, Woodland's good, but I'm looking at this. That's what I'm looking at. I'm like,
I assuming you're running Dice Cradle in the deck?
No.
Oh, okay.
Dragon asks, is he hellbent? I am unsure. I think he's got either one card. I think he had 2 cards, and I think he played a Jaxus and then created the copy by
Yeah, I
discard.
was just worried because with everything that you have.
Vatsuno says the analyst on board is worrying. Represents a boatload of mana on an untap. Plus Raptor giving a cheap Atali recast is huge.
In all of my decks.
I think it's one of the powers that Atali has is the amount of potential that it can represent. It's definitely a good spot to be if you're Pigeon until he has to pass the turn. Odds are that if he isn't able to win right now, he essentially just has to wait until the rest of the game plays its course.
Does this return to my hand after?
Did you blitz? You blitzed it? Yeah, then it's sacked.
Okay.
And you draw a card.
So it's just a little bit of a weird spot. So do I literally just go to ends?
Your food, you ready?
Yeah, the shifting rhythm is really bad. My bad for taking a second. Yeah, I'd like to move my instant.
Yeah.
This sacrifice.
Yeah.
And then I don't have any end of turn effects except this. We'll have an upkeep trigger.
Yes.
Good shape. I'll put this one down and put this wild canter in the middle.
Yeah. Okay.
Wild canter.
This is something so give any combos relevant.
Yeah.
I'd like to cast it in line 2.
Fish.
Go for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
Good?
Yeah. You got it.
I'd like to hit kind of weird land drop, please.
Get that Seed of the Synod.
Now that it's on board, when the Nintuko is flipped down, it is an alternate casting cost, so he could not have bestowed it on something, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
It can't be cast because that'd be an enchantment. It has to be a creature.
Right. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that I was right. I was right there.
You did it right.
See, I don't think I do.
I would say, unless you have good counter magic in hand, keeping the other blue player alive is always a good thing.
Yeah, I would definitely. I would say take a blow.
I think
Is Nantuko bestowed on Gilded Drake? No, it was, as far as I am aware, the Springheart Nantuko was a card that was manifested via an Abhorrent Oculus.
I'm just going to send
and as far as I'm aware, do not believe you are able to manifest cards for their alternate casting cost, since it does specify it being a creature, and if you are attempting to bestow Nantuko on the stack, it is an enchantment.
Yes.
Very cool.
Yeah, I don't really want to use it like on my turn or anything, right? Like,
especially with this deck existing.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. I was like, just be aware.
Also, just so you're aware, so you don't waste it, silence does not stop Get Rock.
No, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most people don't realize that.
I played Get Rock before.
Gotcha.
So
mine is a very odd list.
Okay.
I mean, also regular Get Rock doesn't really care about it.
Yeah. Right. Like the normal loop still generally requires casting spells at some point, but like setting it up. Right. As long as the pieces are in play,
then it doesn't matter. I just go to clean up step and I say, cool, now I do it.
Yeah.
So 4 and 3.
I just had way too many people throw
I'd like to
games because they
harmonize
wasted
Nature's
on me.
Rhythm for 3. Go for it.
For 3?
X equals 3?
Yes.
It's 3. That's
I don't know.
probably an endurance?
Yeah, what?
No, it's an eternal witness to get my Kraumbat back.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's not fine?
Yeah, it's not a grand abolisher,
That's
right?
what I'm
Like,
getting
yeah.
I don't understand about it.
It's better than
They
what
might prefer if it was getting back a Grand Abolisher with that many
That's why he did the
creatures.
box, so that he, because he wanted to make the silly land drop.
Yeah.
So Eternal Witness is summoning 6. It's over here.
Yep.
I'll target Cradle, get Cradle, play Cradle.
Yep. Sure. Works for me.
Tap for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 green.
A lot
This is Nature's Rhythm again.
No, Nature's Rhythm's Exile.
That was from the
Oh, that was from the bin.
Yeah,
okay,
from the
thank
great
goodness.
memory,
Yeah, no.
Because I was like, crap, this is just a meal win right now.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Two. I'll tap for 2 white, 2 green.
Well, you already went to Kraumbat.
True.
Still.
2 white, 2 green. I'm gonna flip a meal.
Well, that's not good.
Alrighty.
I will present 3 mana. Go to 5.
Oh, don't use the word
Immediately
present.
activate target trigger.
You can join
I mean, I can silence, but you have.
I have Ewit on board.
Oh yeah.
I have.
It does not matter. Yeah.
I have.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So I have multiple ways of doing this. So if you're casting silence,
I have a fish trigger.
Yeah, I will cast silence.
I pass on silence. I pass on fish trigger.
I'll respond to fish trigger. I'll activate a meal again.
Unfortunately, my Boseiju is in the bin, so I can't map for it.
Yep.
Are we good with this?
No.
You don't have Talon Maid Studio?
I don't play it.
Things are looking pretty bad for the rest of the table.
Say, I have 0
might be it.
actions that can't even be taken.
Yeah.
Let's return it to the battlefield tap. That doesn't work. Stuff is triggered on this guy.
So let's represent the stack then. So we have an Emil activation. We
I
have
would
silence.
agree
We
that
have,
silence probably doesn't
Mystic
stop them.
Trigger, and then we have another activation.
It is hard to tell. They're not able to immediately cast Thrasios through a silence, but if they are able to get this Emil activation on top of the silence, based off of how long the Oculus was out, while I don't know for sure, I would feel semi-comfortable assuming that they have various forms of interaction that they're able to get via bouncing the Eternal Witness on it crazy style to try and get that interaction back from the graveyard to hand.
Oh, there's still another creature. Oh, yeah. You have any more mana possible now?
No. So I'm responding to the map grab. You get to resolve this trigger? Priority.
I pass priority.
Priority.
I'm just thinking. Give me a second.
I know. I'm just getting priority passes. Priority.
I mean, now we need to just.
I literally have a search rate only.
Oh, we know. I know you're.
I needed to recast this first. I always should cast this first.
Before the voice.
Before voice on my turn. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean,
the one thing I
it's
thought was
literally
silence.
just. Yeah. Oh yeah. It was only just silence. That would stop me. Yeah.
Good on bounce with flicker.
Trigger resolve, ETV, untap.
Right.
Good on target.
Yep.
I will make a bunch of mana, present infinite mana.
I don't have anything to say about it.
Nope, I don't either.
Does Pigeon have map for Boseiju? He does have
Infinite
map,
Witness
I
Witness.
believe, but his
I will
Boseiju
put a
is
silence
in
on the
the
stack.
graveyard as far as
I will have all this in my hand. I'll pay for it.
Yeah, never mind. You're good. You're good.
I'm gonna. So we have a silence. I'm gonna intuition to get more silence effects, and then since we are post combat, the win line is a fairy mastermind with Green Sun Zenith, being able to flash it through with Valley Flood Column. So I'll activate with multiple silence effects resolved. I'll activate Fairy Mastermind a number of times to draw everyone out, and recycling through the cards. Yeah, I'm just explaining it. So
we might be about to get a death by fairy mastermind
Valley
call.
Flood Caller in play.
Oh, map is correct.
Fairy Mastermind in play. Grand Abolisher. Ranger Captain. I'll sack it. Replay it. Putzel.
I mean, none of these.
I'm just throwing them out there just in case. Did I skip it?
He was definitely talking about activating for Talon Gates previously, indicating that more than likely is the route that he would go.
I have it in hand. Very master.
There it is.
And then I have Green Sun Zenith.
I'm looking for more.
I don't need. I value flick on.
You just can't cast creatures.
This has flash, and Green Sun Zenith.
I'm saying if you want these, you can't cast them.
I have Cord and Eternal Witness and ways to discard. That's fine if you'd like to do that.
I'm just making sure. I'm checking to see if it helps. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. So regardless, just this is enough. So let's.
I was just asking to see the cards. All I want to do is
this is the combo here. So I will activate. I will cast Green Sun Zenith. It reshuffles into my library. I'll activate Fairy Master.
I understand how the loop works. I just want to see the rest of the cards for the combo.
This is the combo. I have infinite mana.
I understand.
I don't understand what's missing.
You didn't show me this. I'm just asking to see the combo. Is all I said.
I'll work through the. I just worked through an iteration.
What you say? He hadn't seen the Green Suns yet. That's the last thing he needed.
Okay.
To see.
You didn't show me.
I thought you were still prompting.
Yeah.
Okay.
An understandable level of social tension at the end of a game like
I
this.
misinterpreted that. That's my bad.
All right.
Make sure everybody gets their cards back. For sure.
Yeah. My only answer with all that
Yeah,
was
silence
him
here.
drawing me to a Beseiju, try and Beseiju the guy's
Death by Fairy Mastermind.
Mine's gone, so I could have gotten that.
Yeah, it's always I need to start with.
Yours, I believe.
Yeah.
I also have a displacer.
It's colorless always. Yeah.
Way to go, my guy.
Do this. Yeah.
That does also count as an instant speed win.
I flipped through terrible.
No, it's too bad too because
You had the mana to win too.
yeah. Well, I had Spirit Guide, which just gets there. I took a gamble.
Yeah, very clean, very nice.
Switch you back to this.
A couple people are noting some other lines they could have done is that they're able to intuition their entire library into their graveyard, with the exception of the cards that are being put into their hand, but that doesn't really matter because of the whole point is to put it into your graveyard so they begin Eternal Witnessed back. Well, there you go. Very, very cool. A great showing for a Boron Oculus. Yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. They made that deck look good. He should have silenced him when he got the Cradle, especially going into a turn. We could see on camera that they had a Glinthorn in hand. That is a very, very, very good. Is there a number of cards left in library for Dylan matters? What they said is that they were going to Green Sun Zenith, so they can always respond to the Fairy Mastermind trigger by casting Green Sun Zenith for 0, shuffling it back into the library, assuring that they draw the Green Sun Zenith in response to the next Mastermind trigger. You can do it on and on and on and on. It is also something you can do with Endurance loops, but in multicolored piles where you don't necessarily want to be on Endurance, Green Sun Zenith is a great counterpart, especially because Dog Grass is very consistently looking to get Devoted Druid out. So they are never mad to see that Green Sun Zenith. That is a great example of something that, while it's relatively part of the cEDH kind of cultural conscience, if you are new to the format, you've only been playing for a few months, it is a combo that was a part of a bygone era and is now coming back into the forefront. And so while it's something you see a lot now after playing against a lot of meta decks, if you're coming from a local pod or an LGS where you're always playing against the same 5 or 6 decks, you may not be ready to see it or ready to interact with it as necessary. Glenhorn in hand is the fumble of the century. It definitely can be hard to tell in situations like that. It's one of the reasons why me personally as a player, I would consider myself very, very bad at playing control, is because it is so difficult to know when to deploy those pieces of interaction. Do you use it in order to protect your own win or to stop someone else's? Well, the easiest answer, well, obviously you're supposed to use it just to stop someone else's win, but as we saw, you don't necessarily know when it is that a win is going on the stack. As silly as it may sound, people have made the argument in chat that it should have been right when the Cradle went down. It definitely would have been a gamble on the part of Jordan. I wouldn't be surprised if he probably is having a lot of the same thoughts as we are about the cast of that silence. Yeah, it can be really, really difficult to know the right time when you're supposed to jump in, start firing your guns. What do you guys think of that game? Does it make you want to pick up Thrasios? Make you want to pick up Yoshimaru? Saltmine asks, how many rounds are being played? 5 rounds of Swiss. Cut to top 16, then cut to top 4. Dragon says, oh, for sure, I would have fumbled harder. Not as hard as I would have fumbled. These players are really, really good. I always have respect for players who are able to keep their mental faculties in one piece. Throughout a tournament like this, they're seeing board states of all different types. They're having conversation with players, trying to collate all this information about what this player is doing or play patterns of that player. And while they're trying to kind of keep all of it in their head for their future games, they're also paying attention to the game right in front of them. Chaotic says, I'm still waiting to try Kefka. Yeah, it's a really, really cool deck. I was originally not super hot on it. It seemed potentially a little overcosted for a Grixis commander, but having seen it in play, it appears to be earning its spot, at least in the kind of B tier category. Time will tell if the cEDH, kind of like opposition to a given commander is able to play pattern-wise, take account for it without having to add extra cards in. So I think in a week or two, we'll be able to tell if Kefka's here to stay. It definitely seems like on arrival, it's putting in some work. Saltmine says, Derevi is still the band king. What a bird. Holt says, doesn't he still win even if he silences in response to getting the cradle? Flipping Emil is a special action, not a spell that he can instant speed win on Bruce or Malcolm's turn. That is a good point. Thinking back, there weren't many spells that he cast. He would have had to pass the turn, but he could have set himself up to get basically everything he needed. Yeah, the flipping of Emil there is a special action, meaning it doesn't use the stack. Indicating that it would still be fine under a silence. Potentially that's something we could, snag a judge in and learn a little bit more about. Louis says, any VX2s in the tournament? I believe, have seen 2 of them. One of them is a player that we regularly see at Enchanted Grounds. They're part of our kind of local scene. And another one was a player that I'm pretty sure I've met before. I'm not entirely sure. I was sprinting past them on the way to get a mozzarella stick from someone who was offering me one. Yeah, I think kind of going back to Saltmine's comment about Derevi being the Bant King, it is always interesting to me how you have these combo pieces. In Derevi's example, he's a creature that is a staple of Bant. He can see play outside of that in 5 colors if you're, for instance, playing Sisay, but more than likely, if you're on Derevi, you either have him in the command zone or you have him functionally as a secret commander. Hang on. I'm hearing word from our floor reporter. It seems that in addition to their getting a round 3 win on stream, we also have breadsticks. So I'm going to go ahead and mute and give you guys the bracket page, but don't worry, we will be back before long. See you guys soon. And we're back.
Oh my god, there's a camera. Oh, I was not expecting
This
a
time
camera.
with Pigeon. Sorry.
It's okay. I just was stripped out. Hello.
We're back. Breadsticks and belly, and one more round behind you.
Yeah.
It seemed like that was a really interesting game from the perspective of everyone had at least one moment where the rest of the table was like
scared.
Oh shit! Oh fuck!
Shitless,
oh, shit.
yeah.
Oh, voice of victory on the stack.
Oh, it was pretty bad.
It also seemed like there was a lot of politicking going on, but it didn't seem like too aggressive or too in fact, if anything, some of the people in chat had mentioned that before the initial round of silences went out, maybe there was a discussion to be had.
100%. They definitely could have talked, but like the only thing that stops Jordan there, and I knew he had a silence also, was a silence. So I was like, I think we have to stop it. I know silence doesn't stop Gitrog 99% of the time. I wasn't sure if he was going to get there on that turn. He didn't, but it was close.
Mm-hmm.
And I know silence is really bad for me, so I was like, one of them's gone. Sounds good. And at that point, he was such a low life total, I could have just killed or got him to like 5 life and then killed him with the other guy. But I was just be like, don't waste it. Just don't waste it. I have nothing going on. I got one clone.
Yeah.
That's the good part of Italy. You're just like, if it happens, it happens. But let me dig a little bit, you know?
And then also, I think that there's so much value in like, sometimes you're supposed to like push.
Yeah.
Other time you're supposed to like, I'll flip it once or twice, and then I don't know, unless I hit like food chain squeeze.
Exactly, right.
I'm gonna pass.
I could have done, I think, 2 sacks on that one turn I Force figured. Because I had to spend 4 to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, no, getting rid of Ristic and the thing giving him mana, so he only has 2 mana, is like perfect. It's exactly what I want. I didn't have a green card to pitch, so I had to hard cast it anyways. That was like the turning point in my game, because I'm like, after that, if I can hit any good flip, I should have it. Like, that's it. No more Ristic drawing cards. There's no more. They just have all the mana with the Crypto Threat, you know. But it's a pretty interesting game. Again, like you said, everyone had a point where they're like, I'm the scary person, watch out. And everyone's like, watch out. They're scary. And everyone's like, I don't know what to do.
So a question I have is, I feel like one of the things that like cEDH borrows from EDH is this idea of, as a pilot, being very connected to like a deck. Oh, I'm an Orvar guy. You know, I'm a Talion guy. I'm a blue farm player. I think you've pretty become like well known in the cEDH scene for Rog Thras.
Yeah.
And so as someone who you have a ton of experience, you have a lot of reps, you also have a lot of influence. What goes into the decision of like, I'm gonna like play a Tali? Is it more from the perspective of, I need to like take a step back so I can like kind of like refresh like my perspective? Is it like, I just want to try something new and fun, keep the energy up?
There's a few things. Mainly the most important thing was this week I wasn't planning on coming here because I was supposed to work today. I'm going off the MagicCon next week. It's gonna be a great time. And I already took a week off, so I was like, I don't want to take too much time off. So it was unfortunate, but I was like, I'm not gonna come. It'll be fine. We pulled some strings. Logan did some awesome stuff. So I did end up coming. And then Friday at work, I'm like, you know what? I'm not supposed to go to this tournament anyways. Why don't we just jam? Fucking jam. And I was like, let's do it. So we built the deck in like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Like, got it all together. Got the last few proxies Friday night, like midnight.
Holy cow.
And then yesterday at the little mini event, I played it as well. And I was like, oh yeah, guys, I'm just having fun. Don't worry about it. And they're like, are you going to play Rock Thras tomorrow? I'm like, probably. But in my head, I was like, I'm playing Atali. We're sending
it's like you've got like a finale on the stack. You're like, I don't know what I'm going to get.
It could be anything. I can get nothing. I can get nothing, man. I can try it, Harbor. No, I think a little change of pace is good. I don't love not playing Rock Thras. I love that deck so much. But I just wanted to have fun today. This is like a little, again, I wasn't supposed to be here, so I'm like, let's have fun. Let's do like the cool thing and have a good time. That's my biggest part.
Yeah. I also know that like, we just shout out to Kevin who won last round on Chatterfang.
Dude, he's crushing it.
Rock Thras, I feel like, is a deck that grinds super duper well, and Itali, while it can grind in games, is just like 1 or 2 steps a little bit faster.
Yep.
And I think there's kind of a little bit of a consensus starting to brew in the cEDH community that the format is, 1 turn faster, it's speeding up a little bit. Yeah. What would you say to like players in this space if they're like, I've really been enjoying mid-range, should I add Curse Totem? Should I cut it all and add Adnaz? If you were to try and like communicate to the average cEDH player where you think the current tempo is and how they should be either like building their decks around or in light of.
dude. I think like you said right now, it's a good point. There's so much mid-range. There's so many Rhystic's, clones of Rhystic, copies of steel enchantments of Rhystic or tides, everything like that. Bowmasters, right? You're just kind of sitting there until you have an unlosable spot and then win, or someone pushes first and you win on top. Where I think the format will be going right now, maybe not necessarily. I don't want to say Rogsai, but Turbo.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be straight Turbo again, and all the mid-range will get blown out like it did in the past, like before bans, right? Everyone will be like, what do I do? My Rhystic turn 3 doesn't matter anymore because I lost the game turn 2.
Yeah, me and my copy enchantment just got caught with their pants down.
Exactly. And I'm kind of recognizing it more, seeing it today, right? I saw so much, so far, we only played 3 rounds, so much like, Rhystic pass. And then I'm like, okay, Jam, if you don't have it, I win. Here's a food chain. Or here's an Underworld Breach. Oh, it resolved? Okay, I don't really care anymore because my Underworld Breach resolved. I did like round 1, right? I was like, I have food chain and breach. I'll cast the breach as bait to cast food chain. It resolved. I was like, oh, never mind. I just win twice. Like
this wasn't supposed to happen.
I didn't expect to get this far, man. But I think it's kind of shifting slowly right now. I think it'll come a lot faster within the next month or so to like pretty turbo. People will recognize it's harder to be in the game when you don't have 4 counter spells for the turbo deck.
I definitely think that we're also in a bit of like a sensitive period meta-wise because it's people are starting to test out turbo who haven't been playing it for 3 or 4 months. What do you think is going to happen in the next month or so that might halt the tide of like turbo and either cause people to go back to that mid-range or even just skip turbo and go straight to stacks?
I think, so it's always been a cycle, right? It's always been stacks and then mid-range and then turbo. There's not much else. There's like some niche decks that do stuff, but like not main decks, right? What we saw, again, before bans was turbo happening. Then we saw a lot of stacks because of turbo, or like stacks pieces, right? A lot of Raft Diggers, cages, things like that.
A lot.
And then once we hit back to mid-range, no one was turboing, so we cut all the stacks pieces. We cut the Drants, we cut the Oppos, we cut the cages.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Drant forever.
That's what I'm saying, right? I think we'll revert back to it, where we'll see all the Drants, all the Oppos, all the stacks pieces that your deck doesn't care about, stopping those turbo players, hopefully, or somewhat, and then maybe even go back to heavy stacks decks.
Gotcha.
I don't like to see that, regardless of the format health. But I can't say anything about it. I'm part of the problem. I'm part of the problem.
Do you think it's worth it? Last question, then we'll let you take a break before the next round. Do you think it's worth it for like blue farm players to preemptively start like putting Drannith and Oppo back in?
I 100% do.
You think so?
100%.
Like now's the time to put that containment priest back in, Jason.
Maybe not containment priest. That's a little suspicious. He's always been questionative on that. I've always been like, I don't know, Jason. I really do think right now, at least Oppo is so worth it. Every deck on black is like banking on their tutors, right? Or their tainted packs, which you can't Oppo, but still. They're trying to stop half of the game plans and all breaches. So someone's going to have to deal with it, and then someone will have to defend it because they don't want to lose, things like that. I think right now is especially the time. It sounds a little weird. It's going to be funky. Wait and see in a month. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think we're going to get Turbo into needing those stacks pieces again, 100%, 100%.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see. I mean, because I think we're starting to see like people building decks like Kefka that is like has the potential to be really, really strong, but
and quick.
But it has to be quick.
Yeah,
right. And
if you don't get it down, you're just like, oh crap. There's a piece that stops me. I can't do anything now. Or a Bowmasters and it kills my whole plan.
Like previously, I feel like the gold standard was your deck had to be able to grind, but now you have to be able when you're mulliganing to get the nuts and just have it.
Just have the nuts, man.
Otherwise,
just have the nuts.
Yeah, you heard it here first. Just have nuts.
just have turn 1 just as well. I had turn 2 just as well. It wasn't enough. I'll say that.
Turn 0 even faster. Put Leyline in. Anyways, thanks for taking the time to talk about this. Hopefully, you have good luck in the rest of your games, and we'll see you in.
I'm gonna need the luck. Good luck, guys.
All right, let me jump back to the bracket page. So oh, no problem. Chat, we still have probably about 25-ish minutes before the next round fires off. I am going to, take a lap or two, chat with the judges and the other people help organizing this tournament, just to make sure that we've got everything in a good spot and that I'm not needed anywhere else. But I will try to, as quickly as possible, get back so I can hang out with you guys. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm just here hanging out before the next round starts. We're going to have Raul from MTG Basics and Ethan jump in, kind of cast this game for us. But I'm just here to hang out with you guys before the round starts. Zero asks, is there any place I can find the deck lists? They will be accessible via EDH Top 16 after the tournament final results are posted. Traditionally, tournaments such as this wait to post decks until after it's closed down to prevent kind of, some dubious territory that can sometimes develop once deck lists start getting shared around. This next pod is going to be round 4 of 5 rounds of Swiss. So odds are we are probably going to see a lot of players either in like a 2-1 or a 1-1-1 situation where they are really looking for this victory to help close out and lock down that spot in the top 16. It makes sense. I was just wondering if anyone was playing Timna Dargo. I believe I've seen 1 or 2 Timna Dargo pilots floating around. It can be hard to tell, though. You never know when one of your friends will be bitten by the Timna Dargo bug. Hey, Raul. You want to carry on? All right, here, we got Raul right here. Here, I'll move over.
Oh, hello, camera.
Got headphones right there. You know him. You love him. And right now, you can see him on camera. It's Raul.
How's it going, Eric?
Dude, it's going super good. A little warm. Little toasty. Yeah. The lights definitely help with that.
Oh, man.
Dude, we are so glad to have you here, and you guys are helping out. And then also for anyone who hasn't gotten the chance yet, right now, before round 4 starts, go to YouTube, type in MTG Basics. You guys do really, really good stuff over there.
This instant, right now.
Right now.
No. Yeah, come check us out. We do a lot of gameplays. We started doing some decks, a little bit of podcasts. But yeah, come check us out. We're here local, like you guys here in Colorado. Having a great time. Great setup, by the way. I've been watching the stream.
Oh, heck yeah. It's the
deck quality.
You were an absolute gem, man. As I'm like running around, like, what the heck is a lightning cable? You're like, is there anything I can do to help? And you were super, super helpful, and I really appreciated it. Someone does ask in chat, can we see the points people currently have? Yes, you can go to the top deck page for this event, and you can go to the bracket, standings, or pairings at any point in time and see how things are going.
So, tell me, what's the funnest game you've watched so far?
Bouncing around, we just got to see a Dog Thrash go off with an Abhorrent Oculus. It got stolen by a Gilded Drake, but even a full turn rotation later, they had a Derevi out and untapped like 8 different things.
Oh no, was this against my boy?
Oh yeah, it was he got so close. He got some bad Atali flips, but I love watching Atali games. It makes me think that like I'm more of a gambler than I think, because every time, even if I'm against an Atali and I see like an ETB resolve, I'm like, what are they gonna get? Oh, it could be anything.
Well, aren't you a gambler though, because you play Lumbra?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Lumbra, main.
That's right. Yeah. I've actually started playing it again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I took a little bit of a break off just because I feel like it wasn't giving me the opportunities to develop the skills that I feel like I needed to improve as a CDH player.
Okay.
Like, I don't think you have to be in blue, but I think you have to know how to play around blue. And, like, for instance, you're a really, really solid TNT player. I have to be able to, with some degree of consistency, predict, let's say like 40 to 50% of what's in your hand in order to effectively use the basically one-shot interaction I get with like Urza's Cave or Ominous Cemetery. And so I think I really appreciate getting to take some time to play. I played Blue Farm, I played Kinnan, I played Rockside, I played Rock Thrast, but now I'm circling back to the old 6 mana
Home sweet home
Mama
bear.
Jamma Bear. Yeah, I get to play normal cards like Mana Bond, which we actually just saw in the game. There was a Gilroy
really?
player. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it sounds like a blast of a game.
There was a lot going on. We actually got the chance to interview Pigeon about it. It was one of those games where everyone got the chance at least once in the game to be the big bad we gotta stop them player.
And that's a really, really fun game when
Yeah.
everybody has a stake on the game, right?
Mhm.
When everybody's like, oh, I could win if I could.
Oh, that's so close. 1/3. Oh. Yeah, I feel like it's usually a little bit more common for at least one player to like mulligan down to 3, be like. Well, we've got the other person jumping in, Ethan. If you guys want to keep chatting until hopefully we'll get the next pod fire off in about 6 or 7 minutes. If you guys want, you can just pull up chat on your phone and just talk to people.
Yeah.
You guys. Yeah.
People want to see you and Logan want to kiss. I got a problem, man. A problem only Unspeak T can fix.
Dude, I thought you got Long Island's for a second. I was like, okay.
Long Island's, ooh.
And then so you've got players, casters, bracket right here, and you've got casters, players, and then I don't know what that one is.
It is.
Desktop audio, I guess.
Is there audio for the players?
Huh?
Is there audio for the players once they're playing?
After we set them up, I can come and kind of like give you guys a wave to
Perfect.
Cool. Sounds good.
How are you doing, Ethan? It's been a while since we cast.
It's been a couple rounds.
Yeah, we haven't casted at all.
Oh no, we were at Snowy Sim 2. I was.
That's right.
Yeah,
We had the 2 record. It was the longest recorded
Oh my
game.
God.
It was 2.5 hours, and that was quite overshadowed a few weeks ago.
At least it wasn't 11. Yeah.
11 and a half.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But then, like between our first round that we casted and as well as the finals.
Yep.
Just. What?
Yeah.
Not like.
So we're going into round 4.
Yes.
What are the standings? Do you know? How's it looking?
Let's pull it up.
Just keep tabs on the.
Exactly.
Keep tabs on the leaderboard, huh?
Keep tabs on the leaderboard.
Huh?
Okay. So if I don't think things are updated just yet.
I guess how many 10 pointers were we
coming into round 3? We had 4 people at 10 points, which they should be pretty safe, assuming they are like after 2 rounds coming with 10 points, you're in good shape for 5 rounds. Like as long as you don't
pretty safe. It's like
as long as you don't
draw.
drop every single game.
Yeah.
Like if you can just draw 2 of those, you get to 12, you're fine.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty safe to say the bubble should be around 11, but
you think so?
I mean, maybe it's lower. Maybe like.
It's always the bubble, right? We don't really know.
Yeah.
If you're at 10 points, you're definitely there.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was as high as 11, but like even then, 12 would be safe.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, I'm just really bad at tournament math. I don't know. Like,
I am the worst person to do tournament math with because every time I think I'm like in the bubble, I'm like, oh, I'm so wrong.
Dude, we're like Ian or Max or something. Oh, like they would know.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we're going to round 4. It looks like we have 3 minutes on the overtime. Games are going pretty quick. I'm not seeing that many draws.
Yeah, that's a big thing. That was a big problem like a couple of months ago. There were so many draws.
Yeah.
And now it's actually been pretty good. A lot of just like pod winners. A lot of people actually like playing the game.
We're good.
Sure.
He's like,
Yeah, I'm not gonna say no. Huh? There's another one.
So how do you think the meta has shifted since a couple months ago? Obviously, Rock Thrast became a deck.
Rock Thrast has been big. Rock Thrast has been really big, and like Luca keeps beating me with that stupid deck every time. He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna go get Guy's Cradle. Oh wait, here's a win. Okay, sure. But I mean, even stuff like seeing Vivi pop up today. I don't know how it's doing deck wise, but like there have been subtle changes, which I'm happy to see. Like I think things were dirtily for a little while.
It feels faster with some decks.
I think we've kind of turned the corner on like that maximum like super slow, like to use a deck that you know very well, Timid Thrasios. Like Timid Thrasios is still very much like a top pile, but like there was a point in time where that was the thing to be doing, and now it's like okay, we can go a little bit faster. Like The last game I cast, we saw a Malcolm Vile Glinthorn win on turn 3. Like,
wow.
Like that would not have been a thing. I think if we, and Snowy Summit too, like people wouldn't be playing that deck, but here we are. Fast decks are possible, guys.
Yeah. Rock side. I think do you think people are playing more rock side or wrong side right now?
I don't know. I haven't been looking around at the tables as much as I probably should have been. I mean, have you seen Rock side a lot?
I've seen a bunch of wrong sides. Like I've seen like Ristic studies on Ristic studies on Ristic studies. I'm like, ugh, I'm gonna go shower.
Yeah. I mean, you were talking to Jonah earlier. He said like it was like double Ristic study in their
there
pod.
was like a couple pods with double Ristic study.
So that part hasn't changed. I think it's studied earlier. Like it's not like a. I think if you talked about this like a month or two ago, it would have been people are sitting on the Ristic study, sitting on their fish. They're sitting there for 5 or so rounds, just letting the card accumulate and then going for a win. Versus now it seems like they'll keep the Ristic study of the fish for maybe 2 or 3 turns and then go for it.
Yeah.
Just because there is still that time pressure. And I think if their rules change anymore, I think there will be even more so. Like, I know I was talking to some people about they were, their tournament structure, they were talking about like they still go to time and everything, but like that turns kind of section is capped at 20 minutes, which still is a lot of time, but like moving towards like, hey, at a certain point, time should not be as much of a factor. Or well, time right now is like it just ends games sometimes because everyone's trying to go slow and trying to go grindy, but now things are moving a little bit faster, and I think that's a good thing for the game. Nobody wants to be going way over time.
No, I agree. I think it's good that they're kind of changing that. I know at some local events, literally as soon as it's 20 minutes, the game concludes. And I think, at least for Swiss, that makes sense. I don't know how I feel about it in like semifinals, because I do think you have to make more decisions there because you're playing against, skiller players or higher skill players.
Yeah, I agree.
So I don't know. We'll see what they were coming up with as a good strategy. I think one of the bigger issues right now, it's the 4th seed death sentence, basically, where you basically have like a 30% or so win rate, which is horrible. Like you have a higher chance to draw the game than to win.
Yeah, I think that is something that we talked about a little bit before. The whole 4th seat mulligan or like hand situation, it's just made complicated by the fact that we want, like, at the end of the day, that is a separation from what like typical EDH would be, and do we want to try and cross that boundary? Because like as soon as we try and separate tournament cEDH from EDH, then there's people that freak out, and we've seen that before.
Yep.
So I mean, I don't want to get into like the argument portion of it, but like there are arguments on both sides to be like, hey, we want to keep this as like the peak of Commander, which is a valid argument because the majority of Wizards' money is going towards Commander. The majority of players are playing Commander. Do we want to force them to change things up? I don't know. And that's the same thing that we said about ban list changes or whatever. But so like whether or not we want to try and force specific tournament rules, that's something you have to be taken very cautiously, I think. But
yeah. Well, you wouldn't be applying those tournament rules into like tabletop Magic Commander because you can't really establish like tournament Commander bracket because that's not a thing, I guess. Unless you like, I guess with the brackets you can like, you can build a deck around that bracket, if you will.
Yeah, there's stuff about like my LGS is holding like a tournament that's not that's EDH but not cEDH. It's like, how does that even work? You just like, what's there's no clear like difference. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like you can argue that it's not built around a meta, but I can still put together a pretty nasty pile that's not like if I build a blue deck that I'm not playing Mental Misstep and Pact of Negation, or Mindbreak Trap. If I skip Mindbreak Trap because I don't have to play into that like stormy meta, that's still a cEDH deck at the end of the day. Like there's still gonna be so much nasty stuff out. Like I could still play like Value Underworld Breach.
Yeah, let's look at some comment sections and see what's going on. Interesting.
Oh no. So it wasn't until afterwards that Logan actually caught it and called the judge over. So now they're having to rewind because like, I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Yeah. Underworld Breach. You also can't flashback or anything. Like
it makes sense once you hear it, but like if I were to pot it, someone's like, "Oh, overload a cycle," I'd be like, "Fuck."
Yeah, so Eric was just talking to us. Apparently, we might be here for a little bit because one of the pods is they're taking a 20-minute time extension because someone didn't understand that escape is an alternate cost in the same way that overload is. So they overloaded a Psycho Rift from their graveyard using Underworld Breach and then have to rewind that now after continuing to play, which... I mean, I appreciate the judge is willing to put the work in to do that. I would be worried that at a certain point it's too far gone.
I feel like a lot of things could have happened in 20 minutes in a game.
Yeah. Like 20 minutes is a lot of time.
Yeah, that's a lot of spells could be casted, and it's just hard to like keep track of like when was anything cast. Now information's gained. So it looks like we have an extra 20 minutes that we have to wait until the next round or so.
I guess just hang out here and count, see how high we can count in the time. It's like 1, 2.
If you're just joining, you can check out the bracket on Top Deck. Just Google topdeck.com or whatever, and find the Mortal Kombat Top Deck link, and you should be able to find the bracket. I think we're literally just waiting on one pod that has a 20-minute extension. My name is Raul. I'm joined by Ethan. How's it going, Ethan?
Hi, Raul. I'm Ethan.
Don't be so excited.
We have a question in the chat, actually.
Okay.
The question is, how many sofa buttons is too many?
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
There's a lot. So we're sitting in a booth at this Dave & Buster's.
Yep, we're currently casting out of a Dave & Buster's, which is kind of the first of its kind.
I look across the room and I'm watching baseball. So, interesting.
We're getting close to a sports season. If anybody's a football fan, I'm definitely a Broncos fan here. So really looking forward to.
I prefer the Nuggets.
Nuggets is also pretty good. We're fortunate with some of the.
As far as answering the question, for how many sofa buttons is too many, give me a number. What do you think?
Are we talking about like a living room sofa or like a casual sofa that's just in a hotel room? Is it for my house or is it for somebody else's house?
That's true. Like if we pulled out buttons here, it would probably be a problem. Like I don't know if we'd be in. I don't think they'd be too happy.
Yeah.
I don't know if we could get to come back. But I think once we start reaching like 4 digits, that's probably too many.
Yeah. 4 digits. I think 3 digits is actually quite a bit for buttons.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
You get a sofa with 99 buttons, but not 100.
No, I feel like still that's way too many. I feel like anything above 50 is too much.
Okay, we have a win. Okay, it sounds like that pod is finishing up.
We're shaking hands and 3 people look really sad.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like that pod with a huge extension he's at least close to resolving a win using Displacer Kit and Eternal Witness. Whether or not it's fully done, we have yet to see on the bracket, but Eric was just saying that people were shaking hands. That's a good sign.
He said that one person was really happy, 3 of them looked really sad, and they were all shaking hands. So I think we might be closer to the next round than we all thought.
I mean, isn't that just the spirit of Commander, though? Like, at the end of the day, if you're not IDing, like, usually not everybody's happy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it is a fun group game, but at the end of the day, there should hopefully be a winner.
No problem. There's a question in the chat about diamond buttons instead of circular buttons. What do you think?
Ooh, diamond versus circular. I think circular leads to more design choices unless you're like specifically building around the diamond shape. Are we talking like diamond like 4-sided diamond, or are we talking like diamond like the gemstone looking?
That's a great question. I feel like I would get diamond, top diamond, I guess.
Chat, say hi to Luca Veller. He's walking away.
Looks like we're getting ready to pair up round 4. We'll be starting here shortly. We'll probably get the top table, table 1, and then we'll get to some casting.
Oh yeah, let's look at what the standings look like now.
Yeah, let's check out the standings.
Okay, so we got some 11s. Nobody got 15. Nobody's up to 15.
Okay,
that is important.
So win-win draw. Looks like it's the best record.
So we have 4 11s and then 4 more 10s, 5 more 10s, 6 more 10s. Sounds good. Okay, so yeah. So spots 1 through 10 are all 10 or above.
Okay.
Yeah.
We still have 2 more rounds.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, I think the bubble is probably going to be around 11.
I now that you're saying that, I think without having any 5-pointers, I do think the bubble is closer to 11.
Yeah.
There has been a lot of draw. Well, there hasn't been a lot of draws actually.
No.
So there aren't that many 1-pointers out there, or
A lot of Colorado locals I noticed in the top 16, which makes sense. This is a Colorado tournament. We have a lot of people from out of town.
Yeah. Shout out to anybody that came out of town to support this tournament. Thank you for coming.
It's a bit of a long flight for the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
No, it's not in the middle of nowhere.
Well, Colorado's really easy to fly to.
That's
right?
true. Yep, Jason has 10, Tyler has 10, Bryant Wicks has 10, a bunch of people.
Okay. Yeah, no,
a
good for them.
lot of great players in this event.
So it looks like we will be getting pod 4.
Just sounds good. Let's look at the pairing. Need to go update
Once they launch them, yeah. There he goes. Getting pod 4. Maybe.
Ooh, Tyler, Shauna, Bryant.
Yep, okay.
This pod 4 should be fun.
We'll see if that's the pod that we got. That's what we heard in the announcement, so we'll see. We'll let Eric come give us a heads up before we change anything, and then if you're just joining us, we're about to jump into round 4.
Round 4, pod 4, probably.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Which means after this round, there will be one more round of Swiss, and then we'll go into top 16 and top COD after that, or finals, I guess.
Are we doing 2 straight, and then they take top 16 in finals, or do you have to go?
I have to go after.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll talk to them. Because it sounded like they might want us to, like, or they might want me to stick around.
Okay. Well, you'll be listening to Ethan for a bit.
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay. We'll get folks sorted out.
So wait, so you said, do you want me to stick around for round 5 as well? Or what's your...
That's up to you, whatever you want to do. We'll be okay either way, but...
If you have any comments on the chat, please let us know. More or less monitoring it. If you want to interact, we'll interact with you.
So like if you or Eric wants to come in and join...
Have you ever dropped your playing cards in a pot of water? That sounds horrible. I'm sorry if that has ever happened to you. I would cry myself to sleep.
No pressure.
cEDH cards are not cheap.
Proxies, people, proxies. I don't know. As someone who play... Yeah.
Which pod do we have? Do we have pod 4? Pod 4, okay.
Yep, pod 4.
Okay. So let's start setting up the pods here. So
which one was it? How did you change this?
Huh?
How do you change that?
So if you click...
What you get? She did change the guessing seats.
All right, folks, we're getting ready to start pod 4, round 4. Looks like we're going to have a couple locals here, and then once I get the names, I'll be able to post them for folks. I know we have Arkham right off the bat. I think they're going first.
Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. We'll have Ethan here in a second start putting some names in. So we have Pirates, Arkham, Rowan, and Kidden. That's Malcolm Kedis. Ooh, okay.
Malcolm Kedis.
I think first thing. We don't know. Okay. It's almost done setting up. We'll have the players' audios here in a second, and then we'll be able to listen together. So we have, looks like we have Kitten going first, Archon.
The players are mulliganing right now. Let you guys know when they're going to
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All the players are on. Let me get this moved over. Yeah, I mean, two prominent local players to us right here in this pod.
Yep.
We have Bryant and Tyler.
So we have Kinnan, Arkham, Malcolm Kedis, and Rowan. Can you walk us through the decks? Folks that are not familiar with Arkham and or Rowan, it's not decks you kind of run into a lot in cEDH tournaments.
Yeah, so Arkham is kind of a, I don't know, Tyler's going to kill me for saying it's a relic of the past, but he certainly makes it seem like it's a very current deck. And the way that Arkham works is he's going to tap and sacrifice, your target player, I guess, sacrifices an artifact creature, then searches for a non-creature artifact. So Arkham is able to turn little dinky artifact creatures, say like your Phyrexian Walkers, your Mem Knights and stuff, into big important artifact combo pieces like your Mirror Turbines to make more artifact creatures, then start tutoring again, ways to untap Arkham, all kinds of things. It ends up very easily comboing at instant speed, which is very scary. And you're just in blue, so you have Ristic Study as well in the meantime. So a lot of artifact shenanigans, a lot of stacks, not like hard stacks, but like kind of medium stacks, I'd say. Do you agree?
Yeah, there's some stacks pieces just to slow some folks down, but then also like typically they get the One Ring so they can start drawing cards.
The One Ring with Arkham is great because oftentimes he has something like an Unwinding Clock. An Unwinding Clock plus One Ring, you're drawing a lot of cards, 10 cards in a turn cycle. As far as Rowan, Rowan is one that popped up when it came out, but then kind of. Oh, sure.
So Rowan's a really turbo deck. It's pretty fast. It uses a lot of your life as a way to reduce cost. So typically Bryant is going to start hurting himself quite a bit to reduce the cost. And then one of the wins in this deck is Dragonstorm, which can get Terror of the Peak along other dragons to essentially kill your opponents with damage. So it's somewhat a unique deck. Bryant has been playing this deck for a long time, and it's a pretty good pilot. Unfortunately, they're going 4th seed, which we kind of just talked about. 4th seed being kind of the, you have a 13% or so win rate and on seed, so you're unfortunately a little bit behind, but we'll see if Brian's able to pull it off with a really fast deck. And then Kinnan and Malcolm Kedis are somewhat established decks. Kinnan is just more or less like either a control build or a ramp build. We'll see if they lean on the ramp creatures or heavy Ristic Study build, and then Malcolm Kedis is a deck that wins with Buccaneer as one of the win cons with
Malcolm Kedis just has a lot of ways to make a lot of treasures really fast.
Yeah.
I mean, it turns out when your Kedis makes it so your Malcolm makes 3 treasures of combat, it's pretty good.
Yep.
You ramp really fast, and you get to use stuff like Magda with the treasures, like all kinds of things to do.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is going to be interesting because normally, I mean, Bryant has been on a bit of a tear so far. I think he's one of the 10-pointers right now, but at the same time, going 4th is rough. I don't know. I play against his deck a fair amount, and
it's pretty fast. It can win as early as turn 2.
Yeah, it's oftentimes that people let Rowan stick around, and that's your first mistake. Like, the commander is fairly unassuming, but as soon as he gets to untap, you're probably dead.
Yep, and Chad, you are correct. This is Rowan, Sign of War or something like that?
Yes. Rowan Sign of War from the most recent Eldraine set, Wilds of Eldraine.
Yep. So Arkham and Rowan are very similar decks in which you almost have to kill them before they get to untap with them, because they need a turn to set up unless they have haste, which is not like, I mean, Tyler's Arkham deck might have ways to enable haste. Brian's deck doesn't really have that many haste enablers, So they typically have to stay on the ball for at least a turn.
What Tyloo does have, though, is oh shoot, what's the artifact creature from
It's like a
Duskmourn?
Gates, Defender's Gate or something like that?
No. Well, I mean, yes, but there's the artifact creature that has the abilities of other creatures.
Oh, sure. I don't know which one it is, but I know which one you're talking about.
What's it called? I'm so sorry. I always make fun of casters when they don't remember what the card is called, and now I'm over here forgetting what this card is called.
Caster cursing people. Cast cursing yourself.
Yeah, exactly. What's it called? Oh, Marvin. Marvin makes Arkham a little bit scarier, because if he goes turn 1 Marvin into turn 2 Arkham, yeah, you could say Arkham doesn't have haste, but it doesn't matter. Marvin's already there. Marvin has Arkham's abilities. So I guess that's the closest thing you can get to. Besides, obviously, actually like crashing drawbridge, or like the haste ones.
Oh, sure. So just keeping tabs on when these players are ready to play, and then we'll start listening to their audio once they're done.
Looks like they're almost done resolving mulligans.
Yep, looks like Chana might have pulled down to 6 or 5. Not sure, wasn't keeping quite tracks on it. Looks like we got some Chana folks in the chat. All right,
Okay.
looks like we're gonna start listening to them.
We got the go-ahead.
6, 7 for 7, 5, 5.
Wow, 2 people down to 5.
Yikes.
I'm absolutely going to forget not to.
Any pre-games?
No.
Wait, did you say we started already?
Yeah, we're good.
Let's
Okay, cool.
settle in and let's see what this game has for us.
Hopefully it should be fun.
I can tell by the way you shook your head no.
Absolutely not.
Tyler's funny when he plays. He talks a lot.
That thing that helps when you're politicking quite a bit, because he makes players want to be, work with you. I guess if you're, if you have a good charisma to you.
Getting dropped.
Here we had a fetch to start off.
Gonna play the Mystic Rumor.
Sure.
Probably like a dork or something out of Kinnan.
Mystic Rumor gets to me.
Pretty standard, either a Rourke or Soul Ring.
Cool.
Yeah,
pretty good.
either one.
Okay.
Tap my mana.
Trot Remora in play. I'm good to go.
That's my red flag.
Okay. Untap, upkeep, drop.
Would you be so bad, please?
Does this make my hand better? I think it does.
Ooh, Remora.
Now look at
Ooh.
that sweet island. Everyone loves the color of it. I will cast a Mox Diamond. Yeah, you can drop. If Mox Diamond's good to resolve, I'll pitch Mishra's Workshop.
Okay. Turn 1 fish is pretty good, typically, on the play.
This hand has been very weird. I still don't think I should have kept it, maybe.
That makes sense.
Hey.
Pass. Surely one of us is stopping Arkham.
So the fish has already replaced itself. It's drawn 2 cards from the Kinnan, which is pretty good.
I think that deck's going to be faster, and that's the wilder part.
Yeah, and even though I kept 7, I'm like, did I keep an okay 7?
Okay, double fish.
Why not?
Yikes.
I'm going to gamble. Yeah.
Imperial Seal, okay.
Gamble good.
Nope, that's a gamble.
Oh, it's a gamble.
Fishes have been so good.
Oh, yeah, I see the red top.
If you're just joining us, we're starting in round 4. We're
I should have guessed that. He paid red for that.
Player 1's playing Kinnan. Player 2's playing Arkham Daxam. Player 3's playing Malcolm Kedis. And then player 4's playing Rowan, Sign of War or Sign of Victory. Looks like we've got an opening of 2 fishes, 1 Mox Diamond, and a gamble. We'll see what Bryant gambled for.
Malcolm Kedis. I'm so excited to get Dragon Storms. I don't even care. It's fun
Oh yeah,
using
so
that every time.
for those who don't know, Rowan is currently on a Dragonstorm build, which means that he's going to aim to ramp a bunch. Well, he's not going to ramp a bunch. He's going to storm a bunch and then find Dragonstorm, which is what, 7, 8 mana? 8 mana?
It's 8.
8 mana for a sorcery with Storm. You search for a dragon, put it on the battlefield. Which seems really clunky, except that your commander can reduce your mana by so much. Rowan has the ability to just effectively generate a ton of mana per turn, given that you hurt yourself. But that's not really hard to do when all your lands take damage and everything. The deck is very much built around that. But ultimately, Dragonstorm ends up, if there's enough copies, putting the dragons into play to just combo off and win the game. Usually some combination of... there's some reanimation loops in there.
It's with Terror of the Peak, typically.
Terror of the Peaks can just blow everyone up. Yeah,
Lamp
it
turn.
seems
That's
clunky,
good.
but it works really well.
Yep.
So it looks like we're keeping the fish around. I'm
Getting
casting a couple rocks
rainbow
here from Kinnan.
untapped.
Yeah. That is a scary Kinnan board if I've ever seen one. Like, not scary yet, but like if he goes and ramps into Kinnan, that is a lot of mana to untap with.
Comeback, so it was just awkwardly silent for a while there.
There'll be a lot more in this game.
See if they decide to play Kinnan this round. I feel like you do play Kinnan, right?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
So you can pay for
probably
here.
Yeah, probably breeding Pearl Chromox into Kinnan. We'll see. Unless he goes out like a Dork Wrestling instead.
Like Kinnan.
Yeah, Kinnan there.
Pass.
Yeah.
Because the Mox Opal's not online yet.
And after that, I will pass.
Okay. I'll float 2. Untap. Upkeep. Draw.
There's no way I just saw that.
Ancient Tomb.
You cannot
Is this Arkham
take
right
the
here?
silly out of me.
Yep,
I'll
it
definitely
is.
cast Arkham. Cool.
Pass.
Regardless of who
Okay,
resolves,
Tyler's
I'm
halfway
passing
there.
the turn.
Well, Tyler still has to find his little artifact creature, but that's not really the hardest part of the deck.
Yeah. Deck has a lot of artifact creatures, and Arkham on tapping with 1 or just playing 1 next turn is pretty good.
Do you think Arkham has the most bad cards of any like popular CDH? I mean, not popular, but like of all the decks you play against, where do you think Arkham ranks among like, having bad cards in the deck?
I feel like Arkham and Sisay
I'd like to offer you
are pretty up there.
I think Arkham wins. They
That
get
is a
to.
non-land. If you show me 1 card that's a non-land.
I know Arkham does have a bunch of bulk rares or artifacts.
You're the worst person to have
He plays some random commons, like just like mirror and stuff.
You see what
Okay.
Shauna wants to do. It looks like we just played a Mox Amber land.
Into the fish.
Untap. Upkeep. Draw for turn.
What does Brian have?
He gambled for something last turn, so we'll see if he plays that card that he gambled.
True. What did he discard? I didn't see.
Gemstone Caverns, I think.
Oh yeah, I remember now. That's a pretty good thing to discard at this point. Unless he needed that land, that would. But Gemstone Caverns, he probably drew that for turn, unless he didn't want to use it.
Well, he played another land that. Maybe he drew that. No, you're
That's what I'm
right.
saying.
Totally
If he drew it turn 1, that is the worst case scenario for Gemstone Caverns. I always feel so bad.
No, that happens too often where you're like, oh.
I'm going 4th. Why didn't I have Gemstone Caverns in hand?
Yep. Okay. Looks like we got an Ancient Tomb.
I just have to pass from there. Okay.
Kinnan, can you give me any reason to not kill your Kinnan right now? Because you're scarier than the Arkham is right now. If you have a removal for the Arkham, I would love to see it, but I doubt it.
You can kill my Kinnan.
Done. Cool. I'm gonna have to crack your shot.
Yeah, I'm good to shortcut all of that.
Sweet. Except
You
if
wanna-
you have
Is that rapid hybridization?
Looks like a rapid hybridization to kill the Kinnan. Okay, that's up play.
I think pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you don't want the Kinnan to untap with a fish and a bunch of mana, because that fish is gonna stay forever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I will.
Okay. Does he keep the fish?
I guess I'm not really.
I assume so.
feeling like
Unless.
Can I throw one of these on here for commander taps?
Yeah, you got it, brother.
I guess I'll add one for me too.
I need a shuffle.
Fish should never die.
Sure. Fish is thing.
Yeah, I mean, Kinnan is the deck with which a lot of like I don't know. Was it Waffle who like kept the fish around for like 7 turns or something like that?
Yep.
That's crazy. You invested so much mana, but you drew so many cards at the same time. Like, it doesn't seem like it should be a good card, but it's so good even that late.
The coolest part is, my hand sort of wanted me to have this, and
Notably,
it still sort of wants
we
me to
use
have
removal
that.
on
We'll see
Kinnan,
if
and
I
now
do anything on
Arkham
my
gets to
turn.
be really happy about that as well.
True. Yeah, Arkham not getting removed there. If Tyler has an artifact creature in hand, that is.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
He's being super careful, declaring all his steps and everything just in case.
Cephalid Coliseum.
Let's see. Does he have it?
We're gonna start blasting.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. 5 mana total. Tezzeret the Seeker?
Tezzeret the
Yeah,
Seeker. What a card.
Okay.
That is a good way to put artifacts into play.
Yeah.
I've got, hang on.
Okay.
Shauna has something maybe?
I will submerge Arkham in response.
Ooh.
Submerge Arkham in response.
Okay, she did have the other removal for Arkham. That's
Dude,
pretty good.
double removal is not a bad spot to be in this pod. But now the question is, what does she have more for Rowan?
Well, at some point you're gonna have to go from being a control player to proactive. But no, that was a very heads-up play. Took care of the Kinnan and the Arkham. Very nice.
Yeah, this is just a lot of kill on site commanders in one pod. Like between Rowan, Kinnan, and Arkham are all absolutely just like kill on site. I mean, Kinnan is weird in that case because they usually have enough mana to recast Kinnan, but still, you don't want Kinnan to stick around. And I'd even say that Malcolm kind of can be, because Malcolm is like very easy to make a lot of mana very quickly.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go get a ring. That sounds pretty okay.
Sounds about right.
And here we see, like we were talking about pre-game, he's going to get the One Ring.
That's a really good card too.
Tezzeret being an extra copy of the One Ring, not a bad spot to be in. I don't think he gets protection, does he?
Nope.
No, he's just put on in the battlefield. Still, like whatever.
Which, I mean, that's still pretty good. The One Ring's pretty good here as well. Game is still developing. It's pretty early on.
People are not prepared for him to draw that many
Things
cards.
in my hand. Okay. All right. I'll reveal some information.
Can't wait to see him.
Mostly because I'm super excited for you guys to card for card me. I'm gonna offer a random card, and you're gonna offer a random card, and I'm gonna get to look at it.
Oh, mine's gonna be much better, by the way.
There we see Tyler's politics style in action.
Every card in my deck is bad.
Yep,
So
making
yes, I
it
believe
being
your
very
card will be better.
charismatic does help you in the long run as well.
Show me a flavorful card. I'm gonna show you more flavorful.
It's got to be a non-land. It's
100% non-land.
I have definitely seen more Arkhams. People are asking if Arkham has replaced the Urza as a mono blue artifact.
I don't think so. I think they approach it differently. I think Urza still has its home. It's just people aren't playing Urza right now. Tyler has been on Arkham. Like that's his thing for as long as I've played against him. I don't know about you, but like he'll switch it up maybe 1 week, but then he's always just back.
Is that one? No.
So I wouldn't call it like a trend. I think it's just like,
Thanks, team.
at least in his case, that's just what he plays.
I'd like to pass the turn. Oh, I can't offer you a card for card if it's your turn.
See if Shauna wants to keep this fish around. I think you would, right? I feel like you would keep the fish.
I think so. I think if there's a One Ring in play and not much else going on, I think you want to have that card velocity, but I'm not really sure.
It's a non-land.
It's a non-land.
Thanks, team. We showed each other almost the same thing. I wrote down useless. Do you want to be part of the fun? It has to be a non-land. Has to be a non-land? Yeah. All right.
Yeah, they're distracting me from my fish trigger. I hate you guys.
Shauna getting thrown off by all the tomfoolery.
All the memery that's happening.
That's a reader.
Role player says what?
I pay fish, sure.
I wonder what's going through Brian's head right now because he's pretty far behind. But as you know, the deck can just jump ahead.
I think they're looking to play Rowan next turn and stay under the radar. Maybe he just wants to stay under the radar.
Yeah, I think Brian's plan right now is probably just going to be like, if he can deploy Rowan subtly and then let everybody else fight over things, get hope to untap, and then go. The question is, will people respond to that? Will they treat Rowan as the threat that it is? Okay, so Sunken Citadel, or not Sunken Citadel, which Citadel?
Bola Citadel?
No, the
Tarnished Citadel?
Tarnished Citadel, yeah. Not Bolas Citadel, not Sunken Citadel, Tarnished Citadel. Yeah.
So yeah, notably, like you're pointing out, all the lands that Brian is playing do damage to him, which is something he wants, because he wants to be hurting and making that Rowan activation cost less and less and less each time.
There's breach, there's other very cool spells that cost like 9.
We'll see what Brian.
Okay, he's got a colorless floating. There's not a Ristic in play, but if it comes down to it, he's got extra mana. I don't know if he's got a Soul Ring or something to follow it up with to make use of that mana. He might just play Rowan and pass and let people. Yep, he's passing. Okay.
Just got 1, 2, 3, 4,
Kinnan,
5, 6, 7.
Kinnan, go be scary. Arkham, be scary with your One Ring. Malcolm Kedis, do your control thing. I'm just gonna sit here and play Rowan.
Good luck, everybody.
For 3 mana.
Tyler's giving them the whole shtick. He's letting them in on the little secret of how Rowan works.
Looks like one of the fishes is gone.
We're getting bodied. That's way too much head shaking. No. I only shake my head when the cards are good. I wish. I wish. Let me know when you go to combat, though.
What does that mean?
This has been such a fun event. Like, even the people that are out, I don't know how many people have actually dropped. I feel like there's a lot of people that are just hanging out, like having fun.
Still playing?
Yeah, I mean, paid money to be here. Why not play? Why not enjoy the food, enjoy the space? Like, there's a lot to do in a Dave & Buster's. I mean, if you want to go hang out in the arcade, go hang out in the arcade.
looks like we tried to cast
fight over this.
Kinnan
You will
again,
100%
and it
lose
looks
track.
like there's a spell snare being cast on the Kinnan.
Spell Snare. That is a card.
It's 2 drops, right?
You think that's more a meta call, or is it just like something that you include because Malcolm Kedis is more controlly? What do you think? I'm not much of a blue player.
I think it's pretty narrow,
Yeah.
but a lot of the good cards are 2 mana.
Yeah, I mean, I think considering how well Talion did for a while, like I haven't seen Talion in a second, but like Talion naming 2 is usually very good at drawing a lot of cards because there's so many good 2-drops.
Combat before attackers. Nose goes.
Kind of the same way Mental Misstep is worth it because it hits 1-drops. It's just, but it's also free. So
You should actually attack.
Thanks, team. Got it. I'm ready for discards now.
Yes. All right, I'm ready for discard.
you're getting some monkey beats or
Lizard.
Oh yeah, it's the frizzard, the frog lizard.
The frog lizard.
I was thinking of Pongify,
Because I'm about
which
to again. Thanks, team.
I don't know why they felt the need to make 2 different cards that do the same thing. They both make 3/3s.
Yeah, I think one's like somewhat better than the other one. I'm not.
Is there a difference?
I think so. Let's see. You can check me in the chat, but I think there's a slight difference.
Well,
Not that one. Put it back in your hand.
I wish. Sphinx in a.
So we're going to discard on Kinnan's turn and moving into Arkham's turn. We'll see what Tyler's able to do on his turn.
No, they are the same text. In both cases, they destroy target creature. It cannot be regenerated, and they make a 3/3.
Okay. There you go. Now we know.
Let me confirm that. Yep. So Pongify is instant destroy target creature can't be regenerated. Its controller creates a 3/3 green 8. Versus rapid hybridization destroy target creature. It can't be regenerated. That creature's controller creates a 3/3 green frog lizard creature token.
What is the ape? Is the ape green as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the same creature color.
They're both making green 3/3s.
Okay.
It's a threat. Well, it'd be a threat if it was a dinosaur, but it just has a dinosaur on it. I didn't mean to mislead you guys, but I do like my dinosaurs.
I still feel threatened.
Is he talking about the dinosaur on the land?
I should be murdered.
He likes the dinosaur.
I'll cast a fish. Yep.
Fish and Ristic. Wow.
When we lose.
Yep, I'm good.
I would. I'm a fool in human clothing. I would like to.
Have you seen any Final Fantasy cards today?
I'll use my ancient tune.
BB. Yeah, we've seen BB around. Yeah, that's true.
I'll cast a mannequin. Put him at stable. No, this is a creature.
Mannequin. What a card.
Okay, there's our first artifact creature.
I'm gonna pass the turn after that.
No, but I mean, I'm still trying to see what the actual impact of Final Fantasy has been so far beyond the introduction of VV to the metagame. Like, I don't know if have there been any like 99 cards that are really taken off?
I know there's a red board wipe that appears to be good because it can definitely wipe out rock trust out of the face of the earth.
Yeah. Was that fire magic?
Something like that, yeah.
That was the instant speed pyroclasm one, I think.
Okay.
Yep.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, whatever. I passed if it gets to me.
Looks like people are putting a good
Not good.
a good distinction between Pongify and Rapid Hybridization is that one of them makes a frog lizard, and then if we have Valley Floodcaller, it untaps it.
Oh,
so there you go.
Floodcaller, yeah.
And then apes strung together. Yes.
Sephiroth for Rakdos is actually, yeah, that's valid because you do a lot of loops with the Exile zombies. Yep, that's pretty good. Nick, we are doing 5 rounds. This is round 4 right now.
Looks like Shauna let the fish die and just play Malcolm.
Yes.
Hurting myself.
No, the card you showed me.
Now they're at risk of just losing to Bryant, so we'll see what happens.
Mostly because I don't think there are any game actions I can take in response to that.
We'll see what Brian's able to cook up this turn. He's got a lot of ways to reduce for Rowan activations.
Yeah, he just taps all his lands, nobody can respond, then all of a sudden Rowan is tapped and it's too late.
Lost a total of 7? 7. Yeah, I'm going to keep a track on one of these.
I have 2 red and
We'll see what Brian can cook up.
Because you can tap Rowan right now, and nobody has priority.
Okay, so you've lost a total of 9 this turn.
9 reduction on red and black spells. That is a lot of mana.
for a reduction of 9.
That makes sense. I wish I ran Stifle.
Oh, I forgot about Tataru Tara. That card is interesting. I think the treasure generation is maybe not amazing, but it seems solid for sure.
Okay.
See what the first
I have a fish ring.
Looks like a soul ring.
I will do so if everyone's good with it. Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
Let's see how many random crazy tutors. Rowan plays a lot of bad cards too, because they don't have to care about mana value.
I think they're going to just go for Dragonstorm. They're just opening the Storm count for Dragonstorm.
Servant, they would all be red.
Just wait for my...
If they keep one red open, it's literally Dragonstorm. They're just building up Storm.
Seething Song.
Yeah.
Do I get to draw a card?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm going to do that, I guess.
Rowan is in winning position right now in seat 4.
In seat 4. Let's see what he's able to cook up. Mindbreak gets her the Dragonstorm.
Let's use one red.
True. Mindbreak or a Flusterstorm could also do. There is the Dragonstorm right there.
Right, Mindbreak or bust.
That does have Storm.
Yeah, and Storm is how much?
Storm count is
4.
2,
Or no.
Storm triggered to make 2 copies.
Okay, so three copies of Dragonstorm total. The original and 2 copies off the Storm trigger.
Am I good to?
You have 3 total Dragon Storms, correct?
3 in the stack.
Yeah, that's enough to kill us, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Am I good to resolve my fish trigger?
Oh my god, he has more.
Rowan with the actual copies of Dragonstorm to represent the Storm.
Do I want to pay?
I think that's even a question.
Can he pay for fish?
I don't think so. Oh yeah, he does. He has floating mana.
He's got a lot of red.
Yeah.
Storm trigger. Good to resolve.
For context, Bryant does this a lot. It's very common for him to be the only non-blue deck in a bunch of blue decks and just go for it. I mean, I'm sure you've been at the end of it a bunch of times. I've been at the end of it a fair number of times.
He just kills you. So this will kill people.
Oh yeah. This is enough for them all to die.
This is gonna be Rodin with lore.
So I feel like you have something. Nope.
Right, the slow in half. One.
I think so. Yeah.
It'll get that one first, and then that will get the slow in half. That will get it, and then we'll get like Terror of the Peak and some other stuff.
Cast a Swan Song on one.
Okay, so they're individually countering copies, which is valid, I think.
Yeah.
I think Brian can still
Does it matter? I just don't want the
put something like a Hoarding Broodlord into play, which is very scary, like regardless, but he's not just directly winning the same way he would have been if the Dragonstorm resolved for 3 versions, 3 copies.
Second Dragonstorm, you got anything this time?
Nope. I can counter another one of them.
Okay, so we might not be losing yet.
Okay, looks like some teamwork, building some dream work.
Unless you can guarantee me that you're not going to win this turn, and I'll save this for Kinnan. Sure, go for it.
I get to draw cards, though, right?
I will get to draw a card right now, right? Sure. Yes. Okay, I'm good to resolve that.
Good enough?
Okay. I'm good on it. Drawing my card.
Doing the copy or the original?
The card.
I thought that it's all done already.
Okay. Down to...
Okay, looks like we being able to deal with 2 Dragonstorms. We've got one
That
left.
is reasonable. We'll see what happens now.
I think it's still Hoarding Broodlord.
Win with one dragon? Okay, wait. I think I want to do some things.
Especially because he cannot agree to a draw here. I mean, not a draw. Once again, if you tell us you're not going to win this turn, we can save this interaction for Kinnan.
Oh, we're getting politicky.
That would be amazing.
You're not losing on Kinnan's.
If you just tell me you're not winning, I don't need to use
I'll show you my hand.
I'm wanting to resolve a Dragonstorm.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
That is a valid way to go about it. When your table starts talking, there is a Mindbreak trap right there.
I wanted you guys to use your counter spells.
I don't
I'll tell you what my misplay is.
have anything for Mindbreak trap.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so Dragonstorm's exile. That is not the end, but could still go from here. There's still a reduction of 9.
I will pay red, and we're going to Past in Flames.
Past in Flames is pretty decent.
Okay. Have a Mystic Reward
Gamble,
trigger.
Seething Song.
The Gamble is a big problem. I'm good to draw for Mystic. Okay.
Notably, Tyler's drawing a lot of cards out of this fish.
Yeah, can anyone cast
As well?
any non-creatures? I don't have anything else.
Yeah.
What do we believe he's getting?
It'll be Gamble for another spell that wins the game, flashes back.
He's got 3 mana
He doesn't have any red.
No, they have 3 red.
Oh, thank you.
3 red.
Yeah, he just goes Past in Flames, Seething Song. That's a total of 7 red available. From there, you can gamble for whatever.
Yeah.
You're thinking?
Yeah, no, because if it's 3,
We'll see what
passive
the table
flames, he
says.
pays
We'll
1,
just kind of
he's down to
listen.
2. What is he getting?
The problem is that
It's cast Seething Song for 1 mana.
It's always funny playing the Rakdos decks into a bunch of blue decks and having everyone argue.
Continuously will not
Nope.
agree to not.
Like I've legitimately won games playing Obnexless because people don't know what to do and they want each other to do stuff.
I'll show you 1 card, and it's the only thing.
Like they're all worried about Kinnan winning. Are we going to get into a forced draw situation? We'll see.
Can I also see this card?
I hope not. That would be kind of anticlimactic.
Yeah. Okay. I see the issue.
And this is on the stack.
Yeah. I would save it.
Guess we save that.
Save it. Yay! Pass and play.
It's unfortunate, but yeah, I'm good to resolve the pass and plays.
This is the worst thing in the world.
I'm not happy about it.
No, it's not good.
Okay. Are we gonna let this pass?
This passive play is resolving. Okay.
I don't like this at all.
Do you want a card to card me?
What if I tell you that every card?
It's going to be the same card I already showed you, so.
What if I tell you that every card you cast is drawing the Arkham player another card?
It's true.
Going to draw another card.
Shauna can make that argument, but the issue is that I don't know. Drawing Arkham cards is not really the problem. It can be, but like
Arkham is gone, so he's on the battlefield. Right.
Yeah.
So there's some building that Tyler has to do beforehand.
like it'll make it easier for him to protect his win, but ultimately, like if he wants to try and win using an Arkham line, he still has to cast Arkham.
Let's cast Gamble.
Gamble back on the stack.
Okay, I'm going to resolve the draw.
Stop beating him. I agree.
I will pass on Gamble, I guess.
And if I'm Tyler, I'm really happy this is happening here. I'm just getting fed cards left and right.
What do we do?
Okay, we'll see what Brian's able to cook up with his gamble. What do you guys think, chat? What do you think he should get here? Or should he stop pushing at some point?
I don't know if he's getting another turn. I think
I know what
half because he's pushing, half because of how everybody else is built up. I think it might be too late. Just because of how Kinnan is fairly. Like, I don't know. We don't know what Kinnan has in hand. It seems like they are afraid of Kinnan, so I think it's valid to assume that Kinnan has some kind of win attempt in hand.
Yeah.
And then Tyler has seen so many cards.
Yeah.
Because the fish has just gotten him a lot of cards in the process.
If I don't say anything,
And not only that, the One Ring's going to draw him 2 more cards.
Exactly. The One Ring is even still there. The One Ring can see more cards. He has a lot of ways to untap the One Ring and do all kinds of like key shenanigans.
Yeah.
So, and I would be worried about the next turn cycle. I think he picked a window that's pretty reasonable. I think, though, that because he picked his window, it's probably going to be the last one he gets.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that's just kind of the nature of cEDH, where there's all these draw engines that if you commit to trying to win, you kind of have to go with it and go and finish the job, I guess.
I've looked through your deck list, and I just don't know if one track is.
We'll see what Brian's able to cook up for us. If you're just joining us, we're at Mortal Kombat here at Dave & Buster's in sunny Denver, Colorado. We're 48 minutes into the round. We're in round 4. After this round, there will be one more round of Swiss. And then from there, there will be top 16 and top 4.
Sounds pretty neat.
So stay tuned for coverage of this tournament.
What was your name again?
I'm Rahul, and I'm joined by Ethan.
Hi, I'm Ethan.
I know you play a lot.
Okay, we'll see what Brian's able to gamble. 50-50 chances goes into the graveyard.
He has 1 card in hand, go before the gamble. Okay, yeah, this should be interesting. I guess, how much red does he have available? Is that 2?
Yeah.
He could flashback Past and Flames again if he loses the card, which is not the end of the world, but still not ideal.
Odds evens.
Okay.
Odds it is.
Someone in chat suggested World Fire. That would be wild. I don't think so.
Looks like he ran entombed.
I think we're still dead. Maybe we're not. You have 2 red? Yeah. Okay.
What does that do? Come on.
It draws a bunch, basically. It'll draw 9 cards.
I think that's what he was going for.
Yeah, I think so as well.
That's from Tarkir.
It's got Harmon Knight, so it'll cast with or without Past and Flames. But let's see this.
This is why I
get to draw?
On whether or not I should mount that.
Looks like Brian is still pushing. We'll see what he goes through.
Okay. And we're all pass on my draw, right? Okay.
And that's not what I check. That's not what I was going for.
Yeah,
what
I still don't have anything.
About was his commander's not out. He doesn't have that 9 that he could spend, right?
Cast that for many?
The commander's what's given the reduction in cost, right?
X is equal.
You should have asked the commander instead, but it's fine. X is how much? 11?
11.
Gross. Do I get to draw a card?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Do we know what card he's casting?
Good to
I'm
resolve.
trying to figure it out.
I
Now.
guess so. I need 11 lands right in a row.
3, 4.
Well, we're exiling a bunch of cards.
6.
I don't know.
7.
11 cards.
8,
Yes, it was this one.
9.
That's right. He paid. Yeah, that's right. He paid the 3.
I thought it was 9 cards. Did we talk about that?
11 because they'll harmonize.
I can harmonize with the bird for.
What's the new harmonized
I
card?
did ask beforehand because I wanted to make sure.
Anyone in the chat
harmonized.
knows what it is?
This is actually very nice.
Zenith Festival.
Because he has no black now. Oh, you deal with
Yeah, one black card.
Let's go to 3.
Okay.
Let's get a birdie out.
I hate
Oh,
that
Zenith
for-
Festival. Okay, okay. So it's
casting as birdie?
X red,
As
sorcery,
birdie.
exile the top X cards of your library. You may play them this
That
turn.
sounds accurate.
You may play them until the end of your next turn, and then as it harmonize for the same cost.
Wow. Okay.
So he's able to essentially flash it back with the harmonized cost, reduce the X by the Rowan amount.
Yep.
High five.
He did not need to
Using the two
cast
red.
it from the. He didn't need to recast a flashback. Blasting Flames because you can use
Well, that
harmonize.
yeah.
Yeah. No, that's well played.
That's a cool card. Does he have mana? I see Bergie. Bergie is big. He already played a land for turn, I think? Or no?
He did not. Turn 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he has played a land.
Yeah, he's tapping the land right now.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. You're right.
Let's cast Dark Ritual.
Dark Ritual.
Birdie trigger.
Oh, Bergie's already in play. Okay.
Nice. Okay.
Because he cast the Seething Sun first.
Yep.
I'm good to do my draw, right, team?
Oh boy,
Okay.
Bergie in play makes
one was
this
different. You do not
scary
get a
once
nickel for
again.
that. I'll
And
pass.
Dark,
If Bryant doesn't win, Tyler 100% has to
oh,
win. the
for
game,
sure.
Right?
Tyler, I would be surprised if Tyler didn't win the game. Like I would be like flabbergasted.
Yeah.
I heard.
He's seen so many cards, has a one ring. Like that is.
I'm gonna go to black. I'm gonna cast. What's the backside do again?
I have no idea. It's your card. You're gonna have to read it for me as well.
It's Tybalt.
I've never cast the backside.
Tybalt's great.
Is he casting Valky, aka Tybalt, on the backside?
We're playing modern. What are we doing here?
That's not even a modern playable card.
Each player's library. Minus exile and card
That is
library
wild.
creature.
No, Tybalt's a really, really strong
Exile all
planeswalker,
graveyards and add 3
but I don't know how it contributes to a win.
Uptake is just exile everyone's entire library. It's one card from their library. Right?
So yeah, so the plus. Let me find Tybalt Cosmic Imposter real quick.
Let's just cast Valky for Valky.
It's for value. I'm gonna pass if it gets to me.
When ETBs, each opponent will reveal.
Okay,
their
he's casting the
hands
Valky
to
side.
table. I can exile a creature from each player's hand.
Valky is 1 and a black for a 2/1. When it enters, each player reveals their hand, and he can exile a creature from each of them, and he can pay X for X as the creature's mana cost to transform it into that creature, to become a copy of that card.
That's terrible for us.
That's pretty good.
I still think you should cast Tybalt. That'd be more fun. Because Tybalt's a 5-mana planeswalker. It comes in with an emblem, +2, exile the top card of each player's library. And you can cast these spells, you can cast spells from among them for as long as you control the emblem.
Oh, look at their hands. You can see their hands, see what's going on.
Oh, let's see. That is a lot of cards.
Phyrexian Metamorph, Hanger Backwalker.
Hanger
Give you
Backwalker.
the actual name, because maybe you don't know what Mecha Godzilla Battle Fortress is. And Marvin Murderous Mimic.
Yeah, we were talking about Marvin right there, yeah. Subtlety.
I don't want to write things down. This game sucks. Does everyone want to be
I agree,
cool and
Tyler, I
just play the
agree.
game with their hand revealed?
You see the Mirage Mirror from Kinnan.
Nyx Bloom in your hand, that's gross.
Nyx Bloom, yeah.
I think we'll
Notably,
just
Chain of Vapor.
exile
Tyler's sitting on nothing.
because That's just good value.
True.
This is what happens when your deck is full of bad cards.
Oh
as
my
Tyler
God.
would say it.
Yeah.
You want to hit the Mecha Godzilla Battle Fortress. All my friends want a Mecha Godzilla Battle Fortress. What was your hand?
He's already chosen.
Yeah, but my hand is still revealed, so the effect is still resolving. I'd like to call a judge. Judge!
Okay, we got a judge call. That wasn't apparent from Tyler yelling.
So I think the judge call is the Bryant has already picked the card from player 1.
We're in the middle of resolving.
And I think they picked player 1's card, and they already picked up their hand before another player could write it down. I imagine they can reveal. They have to stay revealed until the whole effect has resolved, but we'll see what the judge says.
Revealed the whole time that this is resolving, or
would like to
World
write down
Fire.
their mailbox reveal.
Yeah, that's what I'll.
And they haven't
And
chosen
Shauna's
for every
hand.
player, so I believe the effect is still resolving.
Ristic, SWAT, Flare, World Fire. What a hand. That is insane.
World Fire.
That's the rule.
Wow.
It's right there.
Yeah, no, I know.
They can't take an exorbitant amount of time to do it. Writing it down.
Here. Mirage Mirror.
Okay, we'll have to see how long, whether there's an extension or anything, what the judge is saying about this.
Okay. Yep. No, it looks like yeah, the effect needs to finish resolving. Is that a Ristic study on
In
Shauna's
Shauna's hand, yes.
Yeah.
Like I was saying,
Flare, deflecting SWAT.
Flare of duplication. World Fire.
Okay. What a hand.
I'm sorry.
Holding World Fire in your hand is never going to feel good.
It's also like so hot.
It is.
It's like,
I'm about to lose and leave. It won't be hot for that much longer.
no, I'm great. I got some. Thank you.
All right. Question for the chat. Who's looking ahead now that we all see their information, hands,
Signet chain.
board states? What are we thinking?
This is my mannequin.
Who's in a really good place?
Arcane Signet, Chain of Vapor. Yep. You can unreveal this.
Valky's good to resolve. I picked creatures from everyone's hand.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good to continue.
Yeah, it looks like the only interaction I can see is the Chain of Vapor that Kinnan has. I can't tell if Tyler has more. Did you see anything?
No. Demonic Tutor is pretty good.
Oh
Do I
no.
get to draw a card?
Yes, you will. I have a Bergie trigger as well.
Okay, I'll draw my card.
I think with Demonic Tutor, I think Brian's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
I really, yeah.
I'm gonna denote Bergie separately.
There is another way that he can win without Dragon Storm.
Yeah.
It's another line. I'm not real familiar with it. I know I've lost to it a couple times. I'm wondering if that's what he's going to go for now because he's got a lot of mana.
I imagine.
So there's like no,
no stress. Your spells, your black and red spells cost 9 less to cast.
There is no counter spell from Shanahan.
Yeah.
Kinnan's not sitting on anything. Tyler might draw into something, but his deck is also like limited because there's only one blue source available right now.
Yes. Yeah, he only was that an island and no, he has two.
He's got two.
He's got the island and the Cephalid Coliseum.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
So
interesting color island. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I mentioned it.
Excuse my language, but the piss border trophy lands from Aether Drift.
Okay. We'll see what Brian's able to do. I think that the door's clear for him if he's got another win line in the deck.
The question was for seat 3 commanders. The commanders are Malcolm and Kedis.
Get you the value card that you can play next turn. Because at this point, she and I can't help you.
I'm glad that I strategically drew this card way later in the game than turn 1.
All right. Looks like the chat is thinking that Brian definitely has this on the bag.
Regrab that card.
I mean, he's definitely in a very good spot. I will say that.
We're running the same deck?
Bad dot deck.
Is that Final Fortune? Is that the secret layer Final Fortune on top of that stack? I can't tell.
True. I wish I could cast 9 mana spells. I have to do hot garbage to get them into play.
It's one of the Aether Drift Arcade racer secret layers. I don't know which one it is though.
Let's cast big score. We're gonna discard snuff out face cost.
I'm good to draw?
Yep, I have a Bergie trigger as well.
Okay. I'm good to resolve Bergie trigger.
Bergie. Big score?
Yeah, I'm good to resolve big score.
2 cards.
Oh, it's big score. Okay. Which is it's either 3 red or 1 red or 2 red for a sorcery. Discard a card or it's instant. Sorry. Discard a card. Draw 2. Create 2 treasures. Something like that.
That's pretty good. I think it's 1 treasure. Oh, it's 2 treasures. You're right.
Let's get the Feather Sir Onyx on the stack.
Ooh, there it is. That's the only one.
Which one?
The Planeswalker Liliana.
Oh yeah. Oh, he has Chain of Smog. I forgot.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll resolve my draw.
I know what he's doing.
Yep. So if Tyler has a counter spell, this would be the place for it.
Yes, Liliana resolving would be very bad for them. Because then, even if he doesn't have Chain of Smog, Liliana just starts draining them for life really fast.
6. Look at the top 3.
Sure.
Gets to pick a card from the top 3. Into hand.
Lose a life. Sandstorm Needle, Blood Celebrant to grave.
Okay.
Okay, Blood Celebrant going to the graveyard.
This is 2 red.
2 red.
Let's cast Goldspan.
Casting Goldspan Dragon. Sure.
Goldspan Dragon. Okay. It is hasty, 5 mana, 4/4. Attacks or becomes the target of a spell, make a treasure, and then treasures tap for double mana.
2 red. Why is it 2 red?
The last line being important with the big score treasures.
So it's only 2 red to cast.
But it's 3. Wait, I'm sorry. You're good. You're good.
I get a bird.
Yeah, we can cast it for red because of the Rowan. Yep. This has been a good game.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty hyped to see the 4th seed. Just saying like, I don't care if you have counter spells. If you have a fish, I'm just pushing through. And
exactly. And Rowan pushes so hard when it does push.
Big D energy right here from Bryant.
Trigger Professor Onyx.
Okay.
I will pay.
Sure.
For fish. Good for passing flames. You each lose 2 life, I gain 2 life.
Yeah, I'm good to resolve Onyx. I'm good to resolve Past and Flames.
Past and Flames, flashback.
Okay.
Rowan is storming off.
This is so different. Let's go to combat.
Yep.
What color is the Chromebox that Kinnan played out? We know?
I would imagine green or blue. It's hard to say.
I mean,
it's kind of bent. You can see it towards.
Like when is the window? Like, is that chain vapor even relevant?
I don't think so.
Because he just gets to hit the fish then, right?
Yeah.
Goldspan going on the offensive makes an extra treasure.
2 treasures or 1 treasure?
1 treasure that taps for 2.
Nice. Okay.
That card was nasty in standard.
Yeah.
It's not treasure sack for 2.
Yep.
Okay. There's a blue-red ramp deck that would just take a bunch of extra turns. So annoying.
I have a Bergie and Onyx.
I'm good to draw.
And I can't pay for that.
Okay.
Okay, does Brian have a tutor to get to Chain of Smog? I think is the question now.
Well, Path in Flames for Demonic Tutor again.
Oh, yeah. He just flashed it back. Yeah. Okay. So does he have a way to protect from whatever Tyler...
Yeah.
Does Tyler have something in hand at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, so Demonic Tutor is resolving.
Does Tyler have the counterspell? Because if he does have a counterspell, Shauna does have the D-SWAT. But
Yes.
then I think they're losing to Kinnan, maybe. I don't remember Kinnan's hand already.
I remember seeing Mirage Mirror, which is scary, but I don't see Basalt, I don't think.
Is it a good one?
It is a decent card.
Okay.
I think we're cooked.
Come on, Bryant. Bring it home.
I
Prove
think
the non-believers.
Brian has to play around SWAT for the Chain of Smog because he has to target himself.
Yeah.
And if that gets swatted, that makes things a lot more complicated. So hopefully he is aware, because that is, if he messes that up, that is going to be pretty catastrophic.
We're going to cast Inspired Tinkering.
Inspired Tinkering is good. It's 5 mana spell, so 4 and a red, I think.
I'll respond to your fish.
Okay.
Sacking for 2 red to cast Fury Storm. Fury Storm is going to target Inspired Tinkering. It also has a cast.
Okay, so Inspired Tinkering is a 4 and a red for a sorcery. Exile the top 3 until the end of your next turn. We play them, create 3 treasures. Now he's Fury Storming it, which is normally better when Rowan has died a lot, but it still will copy things equal to the number of times you cast your commander from the command zone.
Okay. I'd like to write out things on what's actually on the stack. So I believe it's
Inspired Tinkering, and then
Inspired Tinkering, trigger Mystic Remora. Then the fiery trigger Mystic Remora.
So here's the fish.
Okay.
Yeah, so ideally he's going to get 2 copies of Inspired Tinkering here, because Fury Storm is going to copy itself once for the fact that he cost Rowan. He cast Rowan. And then they'll both target Inspiring Tinkering, and he'll get essentially 9 cards and 9 treasures for 3 mana.
Pretty good. I have a fish.
Yeah.
Am I good to resolve my fish trigger?
You can draw off that fish.
Oh, and the treasures all tap for 2. Don't forget. So
even better.
9 cards and 18 mana. Plus the Burgies and everything.
This sucks because I think they still just win off of this, but I think you have to chain now.
I mean, I should have chained them a long time ago, probably, because the commander's what's giving him all that free shit.
If the commander goes away, it's too late.
Rowan's, for people who are wondering, Chain of Vapor does not affect Rowan because Rowan's ability already resolved. That effect is already in play. Removing Rowan does not impact the ability to reduce the spells.
But we're for sure losing if we don't bounce Professor Onyx here because there's infinite casts copies.
Yeah.
So, fish trigger.
And so this is, wait, this actually is win because the original copy will target the Inspired Tinkering. He doesn't even need to copy it twice. He just has the Fury Storm will copy it, will make a copy, then it can target itself.
Yeah.
And so
I have nothing else outside of this. And
he can just infinitely copy Fury Storm, and then they die to Professor Onyx.
Okay. No, man. It makes sense.
It's the Magecraft.
Yeah, so that's because Magecraft counts both casting and copying. So if you're infinitely copying Fury Storm, they just get drained out.
Good to resolve. Chain.
So it looks like we got a Chain of Vapor bouncing the Professor Onyx.
Seems valid. Is he gonna bounce?
Chain?
Is he gonna bounce any mana rocks or?
Then you're just gonna copy chain again and get rid of more crap.
I had to do the hand thing where you minute people. Mr. Smithers.
Tyler trying to fight this way out of it, but we'll see. They're pretty deep in the hole.
Copy chain, target.
Bouncing the fish is valid.
Rid of the fish. Yep.
Might be a little too late, but we'll see.
Are you copying chain?
No, I can swat it. Is
this what we're swatting?
I mean, what else?
What else? Yeah, fair.
We've done, I think, 90 spells, and it hasn't been active. I want you to Rutgers.
We could have swatted this.
I mean, we still can.
Can I read this card?
I don't think it works.
It's just a spell copy.
You may choose new targets. Target instant copy and choose new targets.
I think this is all. SWAT is very effective here. The issue is that what do you SWAT? Do you SWAT the chain to try and bounce more stuff? Do you try and SWAT the Fury Storm? Either way, you're like, yes, Bryant doesn't get infinite Fury Storms then if you both bounce Professor Onyx and get rid of the Fury Storm. Professor Onyx is already off the battlefield.
Yep.
So messing with the Fury Storm doesn't actually impact it. Bryant's probably going to want the copy to target the Inspired Tinkering, just get maximum value out of it.
I can at least draw a counter spell.
So we'll see. Yes, you can try and protect the fish, but what are you bouncing then? Are you bouncing your Mox Amber and then just ending it? That could be interesting, just to let the fish stick around and make Bryant keep fighting through it. We've already seen MBT. Yep. We've already seen 3 counterspells out of Shauna. What other counterspells has Tyler used? Do you know?
Swan Song.
Swan Song, yeah. So that there's still a bunch of free counterspells in play between Force of Will, Force Negation. Pax could do stuff here. I think he can pay for Pax, so that's valid.
Sure, I'm good to
Bouncing Mox Diamond, okay. That's probably smart.
I just choose not to bounce because if I bounce anything, they just bounce Remora, right?
You did draw from deflecting slot. You're good.
I did not draw from deflecting slot. Okay. We're all good to draw that, right? Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure that the draw and deflecting spot's okay with the table. No need to call a judge there as long as they're all resolving it together and willing to backtrack that slightly.
I'm good to
press Onyx trigger.
Yeah. I lose 2.
Okay. Professor Onyx is in hand.
Fairy trigger. Yep. I'll make a copy. I'll have it just target the original Fury.
Fury targeting Fury?
Yeah.
Pass.
Interesting.
Pass on that.
I'll make a copy.
Okay.
He's just wanting to drain us at this point.
I'll have it target Tinkering.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's what I thought. He's just going to do multiple instances of Inspired Tinkering instead of trying to do infinite copies.
Exile 3, create 3 treasures.
And those 2 treasures will tap for 2.
True. Turns out 3 cards and 6 mana is a pretty good deal.
Oh man, this is so wild from Rowan. He's just pushing, man.
Yeah.
Throw everything you got at him. He's gonna keep going.
This is what his deck is good for. This is what his deck does. We know that.
Yeah. Commend you, Bryant, for 4th seed, just pushing through a fish and not caring.
Bryant Wicks continues to push.
Right, but you still have your fish trigger. I still have this fish trigger. Yeah. I'm good to resolve that one, and I can draw.
Yeah.
I don't know. How do you feel about these kind of games where you're not? The game is going long, but it's not everyone kind of playing the game. You're just trying to stop one person the entire time.
I think it's good because there isn't much ball taking. He's taking game actions in a very speedy manner. Like, things are resolving. There isn't much arguing and much, but there's game actions are being taken.
I'll use 2 treasures and I'll pass.
I'll allow it.
Good, the last one.
Yeah.
Is the actual Inspiring Tinkering resolving? Imagine so.
7. 6, 7. Wait, I was 4.
You ready?
More
4,
cards
3,
into exile.
7, I believe
6. Yeah, I can count.
I cannot.
1, 2. Oh, come on. 3.
If you'd like to targeting yourself now, I would totally be down.
Ooh, D-SWAT. We got some protection now from
He's got SWAT. Did he hit chain? I can't tell.
I think that's chain under the SWAT.
Oh, okay, so they're dead. Unless they have more.
Does he have black mana?
Treasures.
Oh, you're right.
Professor Onyx is back on the stack.
Yep.
He can just start paying for fish, I think. He just 2 treasures to pay for fish.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's got all the mana he needs now.
Oh, he's got plenty. Like,
Yep, no, I think this is it. Let's go, Brian.
Remember what I was saying about, like, if they just let him go, like, he'll just win?
He doesn't care. Like we said at the beginning of the game, you have to kill Rowan before he mixes it with Stern. And it looks like Kinnan had a Chain of Vapor, so they could have bounced the Rowan.
He got used. That was what bounced the Professor Onyx.
Before the turn.
Oh, true, yes.
The Kinnan doesn't have any draws, so that wasn't their hand, it looks like.
Yeah.
If you say it that way, he might think I have interaction.
Okay.
Cabal Ritual, if no dread lands the grave.
Okay.
I think it's pretty much...
Brian's trying to figure out how possibly he can mess this up.
Shaking standings, so worry about it.
This is always such a funny situation when you're like, I have win. What am I going to do wrong? What could possibly go wrong here?
What could possibly go wrong? Yeah.
Trigger Bergie, trigger Onyx.
Okay, so he's doing Fury Storm first just to make sure he doesn't have to do anything unnecessary. Okay.
Card with flashback from exile back to my hand, and it's got flashback itself.
What a stupid card. Cool.
Yes, he has SWAT there. He has Chain of Smog as well with Professor Onyx in play. I think he's grabbing Fury Storm just to do that loop before he commits to Chain of Smog, just because. I don't know. This has been a long turn. He's put a lot of resources into this turn. It would feel really bad if he messed things up. So I know exactly where he's coming from. You just have to be super careful and try and resolve things as best as possible, and make sure that you're going to win. Like, if he punts here, it feels so bad.
That Chain of Smog right there. I think that's he's casting the Chain of Smog.
We'll swap the one on Professor Onyx for a non-black dice. Sure.
I don't think Tyler's salty. I think he's just like, I don't know.
Just going through the motions, he has a lot of cards in hand.
Sure. Targeting myself, I'll have a Bergie and Onyx trigger.
Yeah, there's the Chain of Smog.
How we feel about me fishing now?
Can he pay for it again? Probably, right?
I think so, right? How many treasures does he have left?
I can't tell. The dice are a little hard to see.
Yeah, he's got 1 treasure left.
Oh.
So I don't think he does.
I probably wouldn't then.
Nah, you're risking it in 1 card.
Yeah. I don't think this is it.
Ooh. What did he hit? What did he hit? There is, again, a SWAT. So, if this is Flusterstorm, then Brian has a bad time. Otherwise, I think he's safe.
Target myself, I'll have a Professor Onyx trigger.
I guess I'm good to resolve that one.
No, I could be playing again. I'm not.
Okay, does everyone in chat see the loop here?
So it makes sense that they don't want him to have any cards in hand. This is when you fight at the end, when he has no cards. Although, the Exile Pile is huge.
Oh, so he's doing Fury Storm just in case.
Bergie and Onyx.
Okay.
And I'll do the same order where Onyx, Bergie, then Fury Storm.
Sure. I'm good to resolve fish, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think our only out would have been Fluster, and I still don't think that gets us all the way there. And it's not a Fluster. I'm ready to pass on Fury Storm. So I'm ready to pass on your whole stack of whatever.
Okay, I think this is game. Because Brian can continuously target himself. He's either going to Fury Storm loop, or he can target himself with Chain of Smog over and over and over.
Yep.
To have infinite Magecraft triggers from Professor Onyx and drain the table 2 at a time.
I'm going to call it if everyone else is.
Fury's copy Fury infinitely.
Yep.
Looks like that's it.
Okay, that was the game.
Well
what
done,
did we say about Rowan sitting there and then winning? That is great. That's the kind of thing that you only learn once you played against the deck a couple times. Like, this is not a unique thing for the deck to do. Like he put enough mana and enough life loss worth of lands to just play his commander with no other resources on board and go off.
What a game.
And that was after Dragonstorm was MBT.
What a game.
What a game.
A bunch of win attempts, and just he kept going, man. He saw that fish, he's like, no.
Oh, man.
They're like, stop pushing, and that way we can deal with
Tyler after to see how he feels about not hitting an interaction piece. That feels bad.
That was a great game to watch, and I hope you guys in chat enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was like pure storm turn.
Yep. We've got 20 or so minutes left on the round before we enter the 5th round. We might take a little break here for a second. So we'll be back. I'm sure Eric and or Logan will be here to keep you guys updated.
Yeah, I think it'll probably be me and one. I think it's probably me and Eric.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
It's been a pleasure to help Cassis. Thanks, Ethan, and yeah, stay tuned for more coverage of Mortal Kraumbat. We'll be back shortly, folks.
Yep, all the interaction was used, as far as I know. The interaction from the table being the Chain of Vapor, the SWAT. Yeah. Oh, it's muted.
I'm back, baby. Dude, let's hear it for Brian with the C4W. Appreciate all you guys hanging out in chat. There's a lot more you guys than when I was here last time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dude, it is crazy to see Rakdos pull it off. So I saw some people talking about how a counter spell was shown. Did it end up getting cast, or was it shown but not cast? Also, did Niv Mizzet ever make it out? Did Malcolm Kettis manage to polymorph the big bad dragon out to the board? Oh, yo, what's up, Nightbar? We love you too, dude. Super thankful to all you guys hanging out, come and being part of the stream and the chat. Thankful to all you guys. Ooh. Was Gamble a red entomb? Rakdos got those dragons. Yeah, Bryant's also in Dragonstorm, right? I don't know if they've heard about Second Gamble. Alrighty. We'll have to see. We got to wait for someone to have cast Gamble while they got a Breach in play. It's gonna happen, I can feel it. Were there any other did anyone have any bingo cards that should have been called, but that I didn't see? I was, you guys often forgive me, I was hanging out with the vendors, I was selling stuff. Dude, even when I'm not playing Magic, I'm wheeling and dealing. Past in Flames only gives original cards in graveyard flashback. I think so. Mono Commander. Who was the Mono Commander? Because it was Rowan, Malcolm Kedis, Kinnan. Oh, Arkham Texan! Arkham Texan! Oh! Mono Commander spotted! Heck yes! Yes! Let's go! Boom! I got you guys. Let's see, a couple other ones. Did anyone fail to find Alpha Fetch? Cavern of Souls on Human. Oh, that's why there were 2 columns. Ooh, that's a really good way of doing it. It can be difficult. For instance, when you cast Rain of Filth, it only sees the lands that are currently in play. And I think it's important if you want to navigate board states like that, where things are going to the same zone, right? Either like the graveyard or your library or your hand, but cards have different writers on them. They've acquired different attributes as a result of casting a spell like Past in Flames. It's really, really important you get your ducks in a row, right? Because, you know, in a game like that, you do not want to think that a card has flashback when it don't. Oh, what deck is Kevin playing? He's playing Chatterfang, dude. I think he's 3 up right now. Seat 4 win. I think I did that one. Let me double check. Yep. Seat 4 victory got called before monocolored commander does. But you guys got to keep me honest. If I miss something, you guys are my eyes in the sky. Data breaking. Where's your 13% at now? Spencer says, the paradigms are in shambles. This is a rough time to be a paradigm, I'll tell you that. People losing to Chatterfang. Dude, I'm telling you, it's a make 'em havoc kind of meta. We were talking with Pigeon earlier after he lost to Dog Thrass, but I think cEDH is going to be in a little bit of a, you know, in a pupae state. We're experiencing somewhat of a metamorphosis as we shift from mid-range towards potentially turbo. And so there's going to be a lot of, I think, people just jamming. And a lot of it's going to come down to if there's a control player there or not. I'm really, really interested to see specifically how things develop in the top 16, because almost every single round, I've seen at least 1 or 2 pods just get up and start walking around 3 or 4 minutes in. Also, it could be difficult if you're a viewer to gauge the temperature of the room. What are the vibes? How are people feeling? Well, here's the temperature gauge for you. It is 80 degrees in here right now. Oofta. Oh, let's go. Shout out to Jax. Oh, dude! You got time to come sit down real quick? Kevin about Chatterfang. Dude, people are talking about Chatterfang. You gotta grab a seat, grab some headphones. All right. Let's give him some time to recover, and then if he's free after this, yeah. Okay. Dude. Hell yeah, bro.
These headphones.
These headphones.
No, I just lost all ability to hear anything other than you.
yeah. That happens a lot. I'm kind of like I'm like a bat that hunts by stunning people with sound.
Okay.
So, dude, you're 3-up with Chatterfang, right?
Yeah,
How the
I'm
hell is it
3-0-1.
going? Yeah, because you've been grinding on Ezreal, and you've played Chatterfang a lot. But I remember talking to you, and you were saying, Eric, I feel like I've gotten the list to a place where I'm really happy with it. I want to pick a new challenge. I want to try something new. What made you say, I want to go back on an old reliable? I want to go back on Golgari in
Good
2025.
old trusty Chatterfang, man. I've always been pretty successful on the list. As much as I can be on Golgari, right? Before this week, I wasn't even sure if I was going to play. As you know, I'm vendoring.
Yeah.
I have that little table in the corner.
You're leaning a little.
Oh. I didn't know if, I wanted to vend more or if I wanted to play. But a few of my buddies, I told my buddies about it and then loved them. They're great. They offered to watch my table in round if I wanted to.
Nice. Heck yeah. I was wondering about that.
They go play. And I was like, okay. Going over my options, Elsha obviously naturally is very grindy.
Mm-hmm.
Takes
Super
a lot
grindy,
of time. Takes a lot of time to assemble a win, try to win the game. But I didn't want to leave my buddies in the dust, so good old reliable win in 2 turns seems a little bit better.
That's really funny. Win, lose, or draw is going to happen quick enough that I'm not condemning my buddies to watch my cards for me for a whole day. So how's it been? Because I think in cEDH, it's there's almost this assumption based into brewing that you gotta be in blue. And even if you're a deck that's not in blue, you're accumulating these huge value engines. As opposed to, I feel like Chatterfang is just combo.
Is that me? It's just
oh yes.
Oh, okay, for sure. Most of the time, I understand blue is de facto best color in format, no questions asked. 100%.
You're first, folks.
As someone who doesn't play blue is the best, right? Oh my god, it's so hot in here.
Yeah, 80 degrees.
It's 80 degrees in here? No wonder I'm sweating, bro.
Yeah, dude. If you thought you were cooking when you were winning, just wait till you're losing, bro.
But I think blue doesn't get enough, credit for how hard it is to play.
It's super difficult.
Yeah. When I first picked up Elsha, I was like, man, I'm in blue. I'm going to do so much better.
Yeah.
And I was absolute garbage for the first month or two. But blue itself is a very difficult color to play, and you have to understand everyone's playing under the same conditions as you.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're trying to take advantage of Brewer's advantage or playing in different colors other than blue, you have to just put faith into the list that you've made, that you are piloting it better than someone who just picked up a deck because it's good.
Yeah. Especially in a world where, one, you've got blue, so many draw engines, and you've also got black universal tutors. I think it's really easy to underestimate just how much decision paralysis can invade your headspace when you're in the middle of a tournament game, as opposed to if you're playing a list that you've played before, maybe it's not the most meta, but you've tuned it to your play style, to the meta surrounding you, and when you're in the situation and that demonic tutor comes across your doorstep, you know what it is you need to get.
I've said this forever. I think it's always better to play comfortable rather than play it safe.
That is so true. I very much agree with that. Yeah, because I think you've got to put yourself in a position where you can thrive and succeed, and a huge part of that is just being able to take a deep breath.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thanks for stopping in and taking a deep breath with us. Brian, you got a quick second? Do you got a quick second to talk about your game? Yeah? Do you mind? Love you too, bro. Go sell some cards.
Is this TO table?
This is the stream table. I don't know. What do you need? You want a what?
I want drop.
Oh, yeah, I think you can do that. Okay. Dude, grab a seat, grab some headphones. All right, so I actually wasn't casting your game. I was at the vendor table, so I would love to hear. I'm flying. I'm 5,000 feet up, and I'm looking down, and I see your game. Right? Give me the highlights. What's the flyover like experience of the game that you were just in? And you won, right?
Yeah.
Congrats. Tell me more about it. I want to hear.
I guess people just didn't really care to remove Rowan. They killed Kinnan, they killed Arkham, and then I managed to lose 9 life, activate Rowan. Everything's cheaper by 9, and then just, even though there's a Mystic Remora, just jam through it.
Heck yeah. I something that's always really scary for me. I've played Blue Farm, I've played Kinnan, I've played Gezir Ukamu, I've played Orvar, I've played all these decks where you're storming off and someone's got a Rhystic Study and someone else has a fish. And you keep putting spells on the stack, and it gets closer and closer to saying, I win the game, and your opponents keep looking at each other, and you don't know if they're looking at each other because they've got to besage you, or if they're looking at each other like, we're fucked. What are some of your context clues of like, I need to tread carefully with this stack versus like, I think I've got a clear lane?
For the most part is how much they talk once I cast Dragonstorm. It's pretty much, all right, this is a must counter. Even one dragon is Broodlord wins the game. Yeah. So they have to, I know that they're going to use everything they have now. So
is it possible for you to get, this is going to sound like a silly question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Is it possible for you to get a bad hit off a Dragonstorm?
No.
No? Yeah.
It's 1 resolving is always Broodlord, 2 resolving is Broodlord, sawed in half, Bladewing to reanimate it, and I've got 3 tutors.
Yeah.
And then 3 cards is just Terror, Bladewing, Changeling Berserker.
Yeah, I think you got me with that in the charity tournament that we played in. Super duper cool. It's a really awesome deck. So we were just talking with Kevin about how like it is an important time in cEDH to be in blue. Because we've been just grinding it out, just in the swamp of copy enchantment this, mirror made that, and you just kind of jump over that hole being in Rakdos. And so, so knowing you personally, I know that you don't just play Rowan, you also played other decks, but that you primarily play Rowan. Are there moments, like, do you feel like it's this like huge roller coaster of it's the best deck going to be able to take down, Kinnan and Malcolm Kedis and anyone else, and then these huge lows of like, why am I in like Rakdos? Or do you feel like that at the end of the day, it all kind of like balances out and you have the same kind of like net neutral experience playing a Fringe deck as you would if you played like Rockthrast or Blue Farm?
I think it's got the same net experience. Rowan is just so easy to storm off versus any other storm deck. I mean, if all your spells are 1 mana, you don't have to try. It's like, all right, I have a Burgie. Burgie pays for everything. Storm Kiln Artist, it pays for every spell in the deck.
Oh, that's got to be so good to resolve. That's awesome.
And then generally, you're either trying to keep a hand that turn 1 Rowan or turn 2 Rowan, and you're trying to win turn 2 or 3, and if you're going past turn 3, you've made a mistake.
What is something, either when you're talking to people who are interested in picking up the deck, or when you're in pods and you're just playing against people, that you feel like people often get wrong about Rowan?
I think a lot of people don't realize that once Rowan taps, it doesn't matter what you do to Rowan. The ability, unless you stifle it, is going to resolve, and all my spells are cheap. So a lot of people, I think, have that idea of like, I can wait until, and by the time I play a land, all my lands hurt me. I've lost the life, activated Rowan. If you got a bounce spell.
Yeah, I mean, after I've Toxic Deluge for 30, there's not many other directions I can go. I would also be curious to know, first off, before I forget, some people are wanting to know if there's like a Rowan Discord they can join, or a best way to get in contact with you if they themselves are curious about Rowan.
So
I've got a quick answer for that.
I have on my deck list a whole primer that explains how Rowan wins and everything, and I'll also have a link to the Rakdos Rowan Discord channel.
Heck
there
yeah.
as well. So
Nice. Okay. What's the name of your deck list if they just want to like Google Moxfield?
if you go on Moxfield, it's Rowan 2 Into the Dragonstorm.
Into the Dragonstorm. All right, and then last question for you, because I mean it says a minute 40 on the clock. We're probably gonna go to overtime. We always go to overtime. Something I'm always super duper interested in is the concept of deck flexibility. And while we don't see as many Dranites as we used to, it's oftentimes important to be able for your deck to synergize really, really well with its commander, but also be able to play commander agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rakdos is a really, really difficult color to be playing without your commander.
Not so much in Rowan, because a lot of it is you get Rowan out, everything's cheap.
Mhm.
If you don't, you either give for Treasonous Ogre, and you just pay life into what you need, or the backup is Crick and Blood Celebrant.
Oh, I know
Because
you're on
Crick
Crick.
allows you to pay the
heck
swamp and
yeah.
Blood Celebrant, so it's 3 life for a mana of any color. So you just hit those 2, and now you can pay life for any mana.
That's really good!
So those are the 2, like, I don't have Rowan, hit one of those, pay my life, keep going.
Gotcha. Yeah. If they like, if you go to cast Rowan and someone's like, oh, alarm, 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 and someone's like, whoa, hang on, we could just like rapid hybridization it on his upkeep. We're good. you still have like a backup plan. Awesome. Well, what how many points are you at right now?
15.
15?
So 3 wins and a loss so far.
Well, hopefully you keep doing well. You do a solid. I wouldn't be surprised if you're able to just ID your next round.
This next game just.
Yeah, but either way, hopefully you can reserve your energy, do well, and hopefully we can see you in top 16.
Yep, I'll be there.
Alrighty, later, bro.
See ya.
Players, that is time in the round.
Yeah, there's the announcement right now.
Where's the
What?
the portable mic? What do you use the portable mic?
This. And that they're the fuzzy things.
The portable microphone?
Yeah.
When they plug in?
Once again, you guys are getting a front row seat into just how little I know about technology. The crazy thing is, I worked in IT from